guys and girls. Hopefully your weekend was good. Looking forward to this stream for fun. So, yo, what's going on, Kefnet? What's going on, guys and girls? Yeah, no, so this one I've wanted to do for like a week or so at this point. So maybe about a week and a half at this point. So if you're on YouTube, you may have looked at the description. Game designer and fighting game community member Keits made this really amazing video talking about game balance in games, and a lot of the notes he hits on are things that I've talked about like repeatedly in videos that I have made throughout the years, streams I made throughout the years. But he's also done a couple of things. He mentions a couple of things that were pretty eye-opening for even me, and I was gonna do just a standalone video basically compartmentalizing and talking about all the different things that he talks about in the video and how they relate to the games that I cover here on the channel. But I was like, you know what? That's a lot of work. I think I'm just gonna react to it and kind of have a conversation between me and y'all while we watch it. So, the game balance, is there a balance patch? No, that's not it. We're not talking about we're talking about the current state of balance in the game. That is what we're talking about. Like, it'll make sense when we get into actually like watching the video. So like the video in question, if you guys haven't seen it, is this video here called Game Balance Isn't Real. Right? Like this video is so unbelievably good that I'm like, damn, this is like mandatory video. It's so good that I couldn't stop thinking about it for days. And then I literally put it in an email and sent it to SmileGate. And I said, I need everyone on your team to watch this video. It is that good. So I so badly want to watch this video and talk with you guys about it. Did you see the Street Fighter news? I'm excited. Hell yes, I saw the Street Fighter news. Are you kidding me? That's my girl. I can't believe they're gonna put my favorite video game character of all time in a Street Fighter game, man. Like, let's say I have literally a Tifa Lockhart card here on my desk. That's how I'm excited I am. Like, Divine came into my Discord and said, yo, so we're reinstalling SF6, right? We're coming back. No more excuses. And I was like, yeah, maybe some. I have some issues with Street Fighter's gameplay engines. They don't feel fun to me in some aspects, or at least they didn't at launch. But to be fair, I did not play any of like year 2 or year 3, so maybe it's better now. But yeah, no, Tifa, like Tifa is the golden girl right now, man. We got that, and then we also got Revelation. We did a watch along for Summer Games Fest in my Discord, and straight up, like, I was like screaming at the top of my lungs when Revelation came out, when they showed that trailer. Yeah, we're gonna probably I'll save it till the end of the year, but I'm definitely going to do all of Remake and Rebirth on stream ahead of Revelation. Like, you're gonna watch me play through all of it. Like, so if you don't know anything, we're gonna go through it all together. That's a thing that's happening for sure. Anyways, while I wait for more people to come, like, bounding on through, I'm gonna try to do some just like, I'll do like a sortie run just for the hell of it while we wait. Spyro's back. My child is now complete. Yeah. Did you guys see Persona? Did we see Persona? Like, Persona 6 was shown today. That was the one that got me. That one I was like, yo, I can't believe they actually did that. Had a fun RTA match that lasted 6 turns. Bro, I had the most fun RTA match today. I was gonna decay, so I was like, I need to queue real fast so I don't decay. I decay in about 1 hour. I queued into Hazama Ray. Got my ass kicked. Yeah, that feels good, dude. Glad to think that to know that the matchmaking rating thinks so highly of me that it matches me into the world champion. So, just funny. We'll take the subdue here. Nope. I'm gonna take the buff on everything for the turn. Yuki, yep. We'll be trust me, we'll talk about Yuki tonight on stream a fair amount, so you don't have to worry about that. I don't really like playing Cassius. I like playing Maribel. You guys already know that. Oh no, I'm taking the. We'll take the. If I can live the dream and I can play the special investigations unit, I'm taking it. All right, we're gonna go bottom here. Godzilla got a remaster though. That I did not hear. Yo, Wanshan, let's go. Damn. Take note on that. I'm just gonna try to push the Master Slate, but I gotta do some Destiny 2 stuff before the final update on Tuesday. Best of luck to you. I didn't know there were so many people that were playing Destiny 2 still. I'm gonna take the Garden of Secrets. This card's just nuts. Alright. Is there a reason for why Adel's allowed to go into chaos despite being a child? Chef? I don't know. Yeah, we'll just put that there. There's no reason not to take the weapon and shorty. Yo, what's going on, Skeezy? Yeah, we'll do it. I'm waiting like about 20 minutes, give or take, for more people to come in before I actually start like the video, because I want to talk about it. It'll probably take me like an hour or two to go through the whole video. The video is itself an hour long. Yo, it's that time, chat. It's time for Wanshan. That card animation is so funny. Every time I see it, I'm like, yo, what were they thinking with this one? Flash slash. More flash slashes, always good. We go here, we want the fate. Destroy All Monsters is also getting a remaster? Bro, what was like not announced today? Like this weekend was nuts. Man, Iceberg Cleave. I saw Mori's reaction to Persona 6. Like she screamed at the top of her lungs. I was like, yo, you good, girl? Haven't played Swordy since I quit season a while ago, but it looks pretty neat. Yeah, the Swordy's really good. Alright, now watch this shit. Ready? I'm gonna proc this guy. Watch this. Wanshan. Alright, maybe not. Alright, we'll just play that. If I play Gather Around, he's gonna punch me in the face for like a billion. Talk about Adelhead's random screen. No, I'm talking about Calliope Mori. Her reaction to the Persona trailer today. It would appear I'm taking the deeps. Alright, let's West McCaught. Throw this back. So we can go. Yeah, we'll just let that go. This guy sucks, bro. Like, why does he have to get a thing every time? Alright, now it's time to take a bajillion damage, right? Is that the plan? I don't have any blessing cards to draw, so the plan is just that. We're just gonna take all that damage. Does this get me there? Okay, yeah. Cisco, homie, thank you. _CWF 5 gifted.
5 subs.
You're the real one. Oh, this is the base one with resolve, whatever. It's still It's still a freezing blade. We'll take it. Wait, do we just want to take the high cost one? No, we're gonna take the enhanced one. Yeah, we want the fate. You always want the fate. Yeah, thank you so much, homie. I appreciate it. Rune code. At the end of the turn, if there's a retain card, gains a fixed shield. I'll take the remove card. I don't want to draw flying parry like ever. Oh, this guy sucks, bro. This guy's gotta die quick. Did I kill him already? Holy shit, bro. That's just like a billion damage. Actually, I love that. That's such a good one, man. That is a good emote. Absolute CZN mo. Is that WG's emote? That's pretty good. I need to get some CZN emotes. I just don't know what I want to do for them yet. All right, so we get both. No. We're not gonna do draw X. We don't have card creation, man. These all suck. I'm actually gonna skip this. In a turn. No. That card sucks too. Man, every card is just bad today. And a lot of these cards are just not it. Can I have like a better version of those, please? Can I have my tutor? That's a discard. Shh. I'll take the blessing 3. I don't think that's that bad. Does Renault hold up and sorry? She's kind of middling. Yeah, we're just kind of throwing out cards. I'm not doing as much commentary as I normally would do on these. I need an actual healer next round. Because like this gangrene is actually like messing me up pretty hardcore. Throw that back. Alright, we could do this for the shield. And just have the retention for next turn. But yeah, like the gangrene is kind of messing with me pretty hard here. Yeah, see, like we're just taking a lot of damage here. Yeah. It is an I'm talking title, you're correct. We will be yapping. There will be yapping. Alright, that card's broken. We're taking this card. This card's super broken. Card is exhausted. Alright, we'll take the fatter shield. Wish they'd give me something better here. Yeah, well, we're gonna be yapping for sure tonight. Soul Collector's annoying. I'll take Formica. Alright, so what do we have for paths here? Activates a random attack card in hand. You know what? I might take that. Let me see if there's any of these that are better. Yeah, I'm taking the end of turn activates a random attack. I need an actual honest to goodness healer here, or I am like super cooked. I so badly want the Amir. I need the healing from Cassius though. Like as much as I want to play that team, I can't. I need the healing from Cassius. Yeah, we'll just do this. We're doing alright, J Nico. Start random, start random, start random. I'll take the one that has initiation. At least I start with it and it's free. We're gonna go up. Talking about yapping about Arnell, this unit seems balanced. Yeah, she's not that bad. Alright, let's go grab you. And then I need to find a way to break my Nia at wave 8 without dying by a random attack to get. Yeah, I need to actually like put a move on, try to get the Great Rift score. Wan Chan. Damn, that flash slash, holy. No, none of these are good. This is 0 cost attack though. That's not terrible. But I just don't think I want to ever draw it, right? I mean, it does have free crystallize, so it's technically like a passive shield. It's not that bad. But like, it just doesn't feel great, that's all. Alright. We can get rid of Gather Around, because that's like the worst card here. No. Okay, we want this. Yeah. It's funny how the high scores ended up break a character to high score. Yeah. Alright, we do it here. Alright, this is like my least favorite of all of the cards. Let's grab Cleave. For everybody who says that, this is the most cleave you'll get out of me is this card. But no other cards in hand reduce the cost by 2. So we can go you here, this here. Alright. Took some damage here. We want to go this here and then swing here. Draw a card. Get rid of that so I don't have to draw like blood or anything. Yeah, I knew that the fate that let me do that. What does Wing Flaps do? 1% to attack cards of this unit. If damage is taken, remove. Yo, fuck it. We ball? Oh no, random WTF. And a Surfix Shield, create Doggy. Doggy morphed. Alright, let's do this one. I want the option. Dude, this card is so funny. Nah, bro, I'm taking this. This card is so funny when you get to play it. Like, if you've never played it, it's so funny. Like, I don't know how many of you guys have actually seen that card. How popular is ZK right now? Very popular. It's one of the most popular gacha games in the world. Alright, let's grab you. So, yeah, I heard people say that they think that the end will be about like 1.35. Is what I've heard. Play that. Yep. This goes here. Grab you. Did he taunt me? Yeah, no, he did not taunt me. Okay. Yeah, that card animation just never gets old. It's so funny. It's so funny looking. Joker. Joker's just like too good of a card. Alright, this is max HP increase. We'll throw that here. I need a actual necklace for Yuki that's like kind of good. Yeah, sure. Should have actually grabbed this first if I'm being real. Alright, we take some damage here. Not that big of a deal. Yo, what's going on, Tatiki? How are you? We're just doing a sortie before I get into the actual like video I wanted to talk about. Alright, this goes here. We're just doing that so I'm guaranteed to get the 2 out of my hand. Oh, it has finale, that's why. Oh man, now that I know this card has finale, like fuck me, this card's so much worse. Alright, I think we're cutting this card. Yeah, it has finale. Bro. My hand is so ass, like I have no inspiration on anything. Bro. Give me a flash slash. Holy shit, bro. It's like that? This hand, dude. Can I like draw? Oh, my deck is empty. What am I doing? Yeah, finale is so bad, man. Alright, whatever. We'll just... Alright, well, I lost my buff. Alright, well, you got it. Yeah, they do need to put it on better ones. I'll never say no to prepare to subdue. Even if it's like an inferior version. We'll go up here. Alright, so I need to go play 3 0 cost cards. Alright, so we can go you here. Grab this. I should have saved that, but guys, a bunch of morale. Where I come from, we just bateau. Yo, what's going, Rem? How's it going? Making sure or something real fast. You guys can see me on. Yep. Okay. Just making sure that we had the YouTube still working, right? I'm like paranoid after the RNL thing that like it wasn't gonna work out, right? Got I'm worried about our stress level. Sure. More attack tutors. I have all these like this utility, all these tutors, but like nothing really to do with it, right? I'll say this card's ass. I'm actually gonna get rid of it. I think this card's actually ass. Yo, we're upgrading this. This card was so fire last time. Look, dude, check out these sick epiphany options. I love these sick epiphany choices. They're so good. That card is so sick. You guys are not ready. All right, watch me die to this guy. All right. Bro, does he have to make everything cost randomly too? Bro, can you just like not have everything randomly cost 2? Thank you. Okay. I will draw a card. I will take the shield that persists. But yeah, man, these like random costs are gonna like ruin me, man. Just so I don't have to draw it later. What's the worst card? Give me it as 0. Or at least I get the... Holy shit, what is this hand? Oh. Bro, why is everything 0? It's like everything is just all over the place with costs. Need Wan-chan. Save us, Wan-chan. Alright. Oh no. He's just getting fat. He's getting faster. Save us, chat. He's getting faster. We take the escapism here. Am I dead yet? Is he? Am I out? No, we're not out. Come on, man. Like, I need this to wrap up because this guy's gonna attack me like before I get a turn next turn. He gets faster every turn. I'm getting smacked here. Look at this shit. I'm not taking that risk. Hell no. He's fast, but I'm faster. No, you're not, bro. You don't even play cleave. What the hell are you talking about? Don't lie to chat, Anyo. For the event? I don't know. I haven't tried.
Treefolio just subscribed. Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Tree. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. 5 months. Thank you, thank you. Let's grab Divine on one of these Flash Lashes. This is like the core of my offense. I might as well start upgrading it. Just damage by 50% for each enemy. No, bro, that is OP. Holy, that is OP. Should have always forget you're supposed to play that first. How's CZM been going? I got the new girl, but haven't been playing much lately. Been on my single player. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like a down patch right now until 10A comes out, I feel like. Alright. Damage. Bato. Damn. Damage. Damn, that is a lot. Yo, as cool as all this is, I want to swing. I just gonna flash slash here? Oh man. Yuki's doing the thing. I'm a what? No, I'm not waiting with bated breath. Get the hell out of here. What the hell is wrong with you all? No, give me that Damn, okay, it's not there. Alright, give me that. Give me that broken... Oh man, is it gonna attack me? Whatever. We don't take any damage, so it doesn't really matter. Yo, he just died. He died again by attacking this shield. Oh, skills OP on this one. When a card is discarded, when a retain effect is activated. The hell if I know. Do I even have any retain effects? Like, do I have any retain? Is there retain on any card I own? I don't think there is. No, there's not. I'm just gonna take the money. How's the new character? Very strong, yeah. She's like a more defensive version of Veronica. Alright, show me Amir. They're not going to, but it'd be funny. Any patch without 10A is a down patch, so probably, yeah. Each time the card is exhausted. Alright, nah. Nah. Alright. Alright, we're gonna take the Fate Symphony. Alright. Hidamari is pretty tempting. Alright, what do I get? I get a draw 3 and an Effulgent, which Effulgent's actually, I'll be really, Effulgent's kind of bad here. I'm actually gonna reroll her. Yeah, that's my girl. We take the Maribel. Alright, let's draw a card. Let's draw a hand-to-hand combat. Alright. Alright, that goes there. I don't think there's a reason to throw this out just to put something in my hand I don't want to draw next turn. The free activation at the end of every turn is super nice. Exploding time? What if I said that I eat those? What if I just said I eat those? What if I just, like, I'm okay with just face tanking that damage? Okay. Yeah. Pass there. Okay, this one's gonna explode on me too. That's a lot of damage. What if I again said that I didn't want to take that? Chat, we appear to be taking it. Chat, I appear to be taking it. Yeah, what if I just want to reshuffle? Alright. There we go. I killed it. I was like, what if I just don't want to take that damage? I'm not in the mood for it. For one turn game, just free morale if there are no attack cards. Gains a shield. I'm actually gonna skip this. I actually don't need any of this. The forest asks. What does the forest ask? I'm gonna take the remove. Alright, we don't need another. We don't need the fairy's protection anymore. Have I shared my thoughts on save data content Great Rift before? Kind of, yeah. I don't. It's well known I don't like Great Rift. We could just get the freebie here. Card to bring to my hand. I want Freezing Blade. Alright. Where is our basic? We already used it, so let's just do this. Alright. Damn, dude, both of my iceberg cleaves? Okay. I don't mind save data content. The problem is that they haven't really presented anything that it's worth, any, like, save data content that's like, or content that's where it feels like save data is super worth it outside of Great Rift. And move up to 2 basic cards, gain 2 stickiness. Yeah, we can do that. I'm okay with actually getting rid of both of these. We're at the point where the rapid slash is, we're near the end of the round, the rapid slash isn't that good. I actually don't need that flash slash either. Alright, grab this. What do we get on this one? Increases cost by 1 and increase the damage. Apply Celestial to the card. I'll take the Celestial even though I don't think it does anything. I'm not really out here trying to, like, double up my costs on stuff. What about Rift isn't kind of your thing? It's really a mode that has feel split that so it is just Hall of Trials from Epic 7, and the way that they design the game modes is they basically just have it be like, okay, here's this really hard boss fight, and you kind of just have to have whatever the gacha character is that's currently available in order to do well on it. And I just kind of hate that. That's the shortest way I can explain it. I just don't like that at all. Draw a card. Yeah. That's fair. I think this Rift is even weirder since you can't even pull for the BS. Yeah. Well, yeah. Hidamari was right before it. They gave you a month, and we all knew it was coming. So it's like, oh, okay. Man, Yuki's kind of churning out the damage today, right? I don't need any of those. The card is exhausted. Yeah, that's pretty good for Cassius. All right, so we're just at the final boss now. Show me starts in my hand. Why just this card? All right, whatever. We'll take the attunement. Not the best, but not the worst. That's like that's just free damage. Let's see what else we can get rid of this just so I don't have to draw it potentially for. All right. If you don't have all the exactly. If you don't have all the newly released units, it does feel really bad. All right. Let's go draw an attack. We'll grab you, and then we'll go Trickery Strike, and then this. Grab Longsword Slash. And then at the end... Oh, that was an attack. Okay. That feels kind of bad. Damn, this hand also is ass. The extra cost card, like, sucks. Alright, we'll do that draw card. Nothing to attack with. Alright, we go you here. Damage, damage. Alright, so she get one of these. Yeah, there we go. Only one hit? Okay. Are we invincible this turn? No, we're ham. Draw a card. Draw more cards that I probably can't play. How much damage are I taking? Not too bad. Getting a bleed feels kind of bad. No, you're good. I'll see you in a second, Cisco. This hand is kind of ass. Better hand, please. Bleed. Draw. Show me an attack, please. There we go. Show me another attack. Alright, we're kind of in trouble with Yuki right now. Yep. Holy shit. I was gonna say, damn, dude. Well, she's back. Draw a card, or give me an attack, please. Alright, well, at least I got a bleed out of the way. How much damage am I taking here? Yo, can we not with that? That hand is ass. Hello? I'm at least trying to do a decent chunk of damage to kill this guy. Alright, you know what we're gonna do? I'm actually just gonna use Cassius here. Just to massively reduce his damage. Yeah, and then we'll just do this so we can put the other attack back on top. Will be interesting more when we start to know about the sphere at the end of runs. You know, it would be insane. Do a cash run on all worlds, endless stages of level 20. I'm not really sure I follow right now at the moment. I should have actually attacked first there. Okay. Invincible this turn? No? Okay. Bro, can you like not? This is so frustrating. There's just this here.
派手に行こうか。もう一度振ってみようか。
うちに肩慣らしと行こっかな。うちのバットバット。
Do I have... Okay, so let's go this. And then that'll kill. Okay, there we go. We did it! There we go. Yuki's so broken? Not really. Not really. I'm glad you feel that way, but no. Okay. She is so broken because she's goated. I like everyone's enthusiasm. I like your enthusiasm. I do like the enthusiasm of you guys. Okay. At this point, I think a bunch of people have come in at this point. I know we're waiting on Cisco to come back, but I think I can move on and talk. We can talk about the other stuff. Get to talk about the fun things. Just let her have her moment. Ah. Yeah. I don't even know what I need at this point, bro. I feel like I have everything. I'll just get character XP. I feel like I just have everything. God, I wish he's having a bet. Yeah, don't we all, Willie? Don't we all? Remind you next week. I'm surely we come back soon. I know that because Cisco wanted to see this video, so I know he's restarting his computer, so I'm waiting for him. For real talk. You actually did get R now? Nice, nice. I still am about 50 from pity. I'm gonna get them for sure. It's just how long is it gonna take me? I got like 18k sky stones, so still to refresh. So we got time. We got time. Okay. I think I'll just I'll get ready to start this thing up. So if you guys weren't here during the intro, I'll say it again. So this is a video that I saw about 2 weeks ago at this point. It's kind of made the rounds on the internet. It's by Keits, who is a fighting game community member, tournament organizer, and also he is a somebody that's in charge of game balance for games like Killer Instinct back in the day. And a lot of the stuff that he talks about in this video is things that I have said in some of my videos. Like I'll actually like pull up as an example here. Let me go over here to, let me see, did I open it up right? Yeah, here we go. So like if you guys watched the deck building video, which I know hardly any of you guys did. Where are you? Where are we? Where are we? I made, yeah, here, the deck video. As well as coach. Yeah, so exactly. So theory crafting a deck. So this is like a phrase I've used a lot. What is the goal of the deck? Right. And one of the things that I always try to point out is that goals in everything in my E7 videos and everything for years, for quite literally years, I would always say things like goals have to be realistic things and measurable things. And so this is like stuff I feel like I've been preaching, and I was like taking crazy pills because no one else was like saying it. And then I stumbled across this video and I was like, this video is so unbelievably good when it comes to just the topic of game balance. It's so good, and you can check the YouTube description. It's so good that I literally emailed it to SmileGate when I was done. Right? It's that it is that it is that good. I'm just not going to stop yapping. I will pause it throughout points so that way I can like talk about things in the context of E7 and whatnot. And feel free to ask your questions and whatnot in the chat. Yeah, but again, if you do want to check this out,
if you're into competitive games, I'm sure
real fast. If you do want to watch this video, like Soul, you're not going to be here the whole time. It is linked in the YouTube description.
you have a pretty decent answer. But can you answer me this question? How do we know when a game is finally balanced? Let me take you.
Yeah, think about that question for a second. How do you know when a game is finally balanced? Because people always, yeah, I should pin it in chat, but people always ask me, like, what, like, you guys always talk about, like, E7 RTA players in general, right? Like, you guys always want a balanced game, right? And it's like, okay, cool. What does a balanced game look like? Is a balanced game when, like, Nodos isn't good, or when Lady of the Scales isn't good, when Biblis isn't good, right? Because the thing is, if you like nerf Biblis into the ground, like Lady of the Scales is still a problem. Like take all the top tiers you have right now, like nerf like the top 10 to 20 characters. I promise you, everybody will still bitch about the next like 10 to 20 best characters after that, right? So like, just that's a question just in general, like think about that. Like how do you know when a game is finally balanced?
Back to the early 2010s. League of Legends is one of the most popular competitive games of all time, and on February 16th, 2011, the developers released a patch containing the following change for Vladimir's Sanguine Pool. Removed on-cast bonus, movement speed. The player sentiment after playing the update was rough. Users rushed online to express how bad this change felt. Vladimir's play rate plummeted, and his win rate also decreased. But here's the twist. The developer had forgotten to submit the files for that particular change, and so it never actually went out to players.
Bro, like, can you imagine? Right? Like, this is quite literally... If SmileGate put out a balance patch and said, like, guys, we made Tressa a lot worse in this patch, and here's how, and then they just actually never pushed the patch and Tressa was the same, you would still see people probably complain about it. Like, this is so, like, it's so funny to me that this is a thing, because I've experienced this in so many games, right? Like, so many games. Like, even my time at, like, Bandai, right? We would, like, there was, you would release like a card, or you would ban a card and it would hardly change the engine at all, and people would swear to you the deck is ruined, right? Like they would swear to you the deck is ruined. Like you would get rid of like one piece to make it so it was like less consistent. So instead of like always having the game winning combo on like turn 3, you'd make it so that they'd only have it like 2/3 of the time, and people would swear to you the deck is just totally unplayable. It's like totally unplayable.
Game balance isn't real. Okay, I know that might sound ridiculous and dramatic to some of you, but give me a chance before you rush to the comments to light me up. Let's define some terms. Game tuning is the act of adjusting a game to achieve a goal. Yeah. Tuning is a very real action that developers take. Game tuning is real.
Yes.
Game balance, however, is not an act. It isn't something you do. It's a goal. Generally, developers and players alike want to achieve.
So you guys get the difference. What he's trying to say is that people think they want balance. Balance is just the end goal of tuning the game. The problem is that, as you'll see in a second, defining the goal is kind of nebulous.
Achieve the goal of game balance. When players give feedback to developers, they often do so with game balance in mind. Developers tune the game to try to achieve balance. Again, tuning is the act, balance is the goal. So while tuning is easily defined, we need to ask, what does game balance as a goal even mean if, as we just learned, simply telling players that something in the game has changed when it has not can so deeply affect their perception of the game's balance?
Yes.
Game balance isn't real. That's right, game balance is mostly just vibes.
Yep, it's
but
vibes.
The vibes that really matter. Whether you're a developer tuning a competitive game or a player interested in playing or discussing these games, let me explain why game balance isn't what you think and share some of my techniques for tuning competitive games. But first, why should you care about my view on this topic? Let me introduce
This is
myself.
This is
My
Keits.
name's Adam Hart, but you might know me as Keits in the fighting game community. As early as age 6, my
The
dad
Persona
and I would
music?
compete with each other and create new games together. I started playing fighting games when Street Fighter II hit arcades in 1991, and I got the competitive itch around 1997. The lack of nearby tournaments led me to running my own local events, which
Damn,
got me hooked
look
enough to
at
start
them
traveling the
graphics,
country
bro.
to attend
Look at
regional
that
and major
90s
tournaments,
picture.
which led me to evolving my own events into the Regional Major Series Ultimate Fighting Game Tournament, or UFGT, which popular fighting game commentator Ultra David has called one of the most influential tournament series in FGC history. Thanks, bud. During my travels, I scored an EVO Top 8 medal in 2011 by getting 7th place in Tatsunoko vs. Capcom
TVC
Ultimate
is
All-Stars.
TVC is a great game.
Editor-in-chief of top fighting game website Shoryuken.com for
Yes, so this is how I actually know Keits. Like I used to read Shoryuken like religiously back when we had like when social media wasn't as big, right? And you'd go to like a website like a Shoryuken to read up on stuff, right? Like kind of how we had like Epic 7X back in the day. You know, they would have the patch notes and everything, and you would see all the stuff. And then it's just like, eventually I was like, nah, fuck it, man. We just go to Reddit. Just go to Reddit. Just jump into Discord and go to Reddit. Like, that's how it is nowadays, right? Just Twitter, Reddit, social media is how you don't need things like this. But yeah, this is how I know him from, because he was basically like the guy that like ran this site.
Writing about news, events, and co-hosting their weekly podcast, Wake Up SRK. I got into game development when I created Divekick with my wife and friends, and then I joined Iron Galaxy Studios to release a commercial version. I also helped Iron Galaxy Studios with Street Fighter III Third Strike Online, Marvel vs. Capcom Origins, and Darkstalkers Resurrection. I then served as lead combat designer on Killer Instinct, the 2013 version, Season 2, and for the rest of the game's development cycle. And then as lead designer on Rumbleverse, on Divekick, Killer Instinct.
Yeah, how many of you guys actually played Rumbleverse? Like, I did not play Rumbleverse, but like, I felt like I was late to the party. I wish I had played that game. Like, that was the game that's made by Epic. It's like Fortnite, but with like wrestlers. Like, that game was like so sick. Like, that game is like so unbelievably cool.
The game's development cycle. And then as lead designer on
so it's like you're basically all playing like wrestlers and like luchadors. It's gone now, but like this game was so cool.
On Divekick, Killer Instinct, and Rumbleverse, in addition to my many other duties, I was in charge of game tuning, and I interacted heavily with each game's community. In other words, trying to achieve competitive game balance has been a major focus of my career as a game developer.
It's not Sajam, it's Keits.
Experience, I came to view game balance.
Oh, unless you mean I'm pulling a Sajam, yeah.
And very differently than most of our industry. The proof of this view is in the pudding. Endgame Killer Instinct is still considered by many to be one of the greatest fighting games of all time, with major tournaments still ongoing. A lot of players feel its balance is among the best in the entire genre. But before I jump into the meat of this talk, I want to share a quick word about the examples I'm going to use in this video. I lived through nearly all of the events I'm going to reference, but
Overwatch,
the ones I was
anyone?
less close to required me to do some research. I did my absolute best to represent the facts and feelings of the time, and I want to make it clear that if I use an example in a negative way, that I'm not disparaging the people who made those games, made those design choices, or players who love those games. I want to acknowledge that all of us developers are trying to do the best we can at a very difficult task. We've all made mistakes, me very much included, and I'll probably make more mistakes in the future. The point of this video and its examples
he might be, I think he's doing consulting right now.
It's to use our history to observe lessons to help you.
Now, Killer Instinct, I believe, isn't in active development right now.
All right, let's begin. Has this ever happened to you? You're at the GameStop reading the back of the box for the latest competitive game, and the bullet points say 16 playable characters, 12 fighting stages. The gameplay is very fair. I bet you couldn't wait to get home and play the game so you could experience the fairness firsthand.
Yeah, so like that shit is so funny. Like, it's 100% like true. Like, people, like, I hear so many people complain about like RTA or, you know, why isn't my favorite character like this, that, or the other thing, or why is this character so broken? And you'll never hear anybody say that like the major like thing that they're looking for is fairness in a game, right? I've never heard, not once in like ever, people, they always tell me they want a balanced game, but nobody ever actually like defines what it is.
Let's be real. Fairness is not a selling point, and people don't generally buy games because they're fair. Why do people buy games or download them in the case of games that don't require a purchase? Well, the game looks fun. You can do a bunch of cool stuff in it. Explosions, style,
I'll stop yapping as much.
Every person's definition of fun is unique, and the type of fun they seek is their primary motivator when deciding what to play. People also buy games because of FOMO. Their friends or their community are playing and they don't want to be left behind. Gamers will often play a game we don't love just to keep up with our friends. Even outside social
I feel like that's some of you in the E7 community, I'm just saying.
The desire to not be left behind. Back before post-launch live service update cycles were the norm, the point of a sale was all that mattered. As a developer, if I could get you to buy your Super Nintendo copy of Street Fighter 2, my relationship with you ended right then and there. Wouldn't have mattered to me how long you played the game, or what you thought of the game balance, or the fairness, or any of that. Even if the game was deeply unfair, you'd likely only be playing it against your local friends, and none of you were good enough at the game for that to even really matter. So, as a dev, I just hope that I did a good enough job to make you want to buy the next version of the game in a year or two. Now, game development and marketing costs have skyrocketed. Development timelines are only getting longer, and the way consumers interact with competitive games has completely changed. After your initial purchase or download, it's important for developers to keep players playing. If they aren't playing, they won't be around to buy DLC and
sound familiar?
fill the online matchmaking queues. So now, it's become just as important to keep players from quitting as it is to get them to buy or download the game in the first place, especially if the game is free to play. If you want
So the whole point of everything that SG does for a game like E7 or CZN is not, to make this balanced game. It is, how do I make meaningful changes to keep you playing the game? Because, well, it's a free to play game. If you guys don't play Epic 7, there's nobody on the ladder. If people just stop playing CZN for one reason or another, like, what's the point of making the updates? Like, how do they make any more money out of it?
Want to stop players from quitting? You need to fully understand why they quit. Players quit because sometimes it's not about the game itself, and there isn't anything you can do. Maybe a new game came out and pulled their attention.
Yes, so shiny new toy. CZN, everybody was telling me, like, CZN dying back in, like, March, right? Or whatever, and it's like, no, because Slay the Spire 2 came out. Like, okay, you got like a heavily expanded upon single player version of the game that we already are playing, when the free to play anime gacha version doesn't have anything going on.
Away. Perhaps real life happened, and that drastically lowered the player's free time.
Yeah.
But there are reasons that players quit that you can at least somewhat control. If a game becomes more frustrating than fun, players will quit. If a game becomes more thoughtless than engaging, players will quit.
Yep. So that's the people who complain when Ruel is good, by the way. I just want you to know. People get that is people right there. Right? I feel like I like this game, but it makes me mad. Right? I feel like I've seen it all and I'm bored. Do you have fun with Ruel? Ironically, yes. I do. But I'm saying, like, I read this bullet point, I like this game, but it makes me mad, and I just can't help but think of Joe. Like, I literally think this third bullet point is Joe. Like, he likes the game, but certain parts of it make him mad, and I'm like, I don't think I've ever actually sat down to ask Joe and be like, why? Why does it make you mad? Exactly. Joe, why does it make you mad? And if it makes you mad, why are we still playing?
So, to summarize,
I say this all the time when we watch it on my Discord. It's like he just pops off and just gets so upset and like crashes out on stream. And I'm like, Joe, are you serious?
Games no longer are sold in a box and left as is. Competitive games need to last for years.
Why do people play League? Exactly.
The rising cost of
You'll get into that.
Developers
Trust me.
are expected to keep players engaged in playing. That means frustration is a real problem that must be dealt with. Boredom is a real problem that must be dealt with.
Yep.
And so developers decide on goals, and then they tinker with their games, and this gets...
Yeah, so you see this one? This one's actually important. Frustration is a real problem. If you're ever wondering why the heck does SG have the balance patch be a certain way for something?
Keits just subscribed. Hi Sue here with my Prime. Keep it up. Always enjoying your content.
Hey, thank you. Is it Divdez? Thank you so much for the 2 months, homie. I'm glad you're enjoying it. But yeah, so this frustration is a real problem. Like you'll see things like, so, like, we had Biblis, right? Biblis came out. Biblis was totally busted. And then the previous balance patch we just got, there's a change in there for Arbiter Vildred that makes it so that you can literally just like cleave through the Biblis like a hot knife through butter. So it's like, okay, people don't want to play against Biblis. Here's a way to just kill the Biblis. And now everybody's like, bro, this Arby character is like OP as hell. Like, well, how do I deal with the Arby? So next balance patch, you're probably going to see something that answers the Arby so that people aren't frustrated by it.
At K9M just resubscribed for 36 months, Tifu in Street Fighter and new Stellar Blade. It is a good day for fans of women who like to fist stuff Imtsuo.
Thank you for the 3 years, ATK. Oh, man. Yeah, no, straight up, like, Summer Games Fest, the last 3 reveals, like, I couldn't have cherry-picked them better if I tried. Like, Stellar Blade, Tifa and Street Fighter, Final Fantasy VII Part 3. Couldn't have picked a better Final 3. Persona 6 reveal, too, yeah. I saw Mori's reaction to it earlier. She just screamed at the top of her lungs. All right, let's keep this going.
Rather interchangeably, game tuning, or game patching, or game balancing. But each of these terms has their own definitions, and we should not use them interchangeably.
No.
Let's reiterate the terms as I've defined them. Game tuning is the act of making adjustments in your game in an effort to achieve a goal. Game patching is the act of deploying updates to the game. And game balance is merely one possible goal of game tuning.
Yeah.
But what is a balanced game, really? How do we know when a game is finally balanced? Is it when every weapon or character is used equally or wins equally? Is it when the players have nothing left to complain about online?
Yeah.
Are these things even possible? When we tune a game, we're looking to reach some specific, measurable outcome. So a problem we're about to run into.
Yeah, so does this look familiar, guys? Like, does this look familiar? Goals must be measurable and achievable. Goals are both realistic and measurable. Like, it's like this is a guiding principle that I learned from my time doing like design stuff. And so when I saw it here, I was like, oh my God, Keits, you're the best.
Is that game balance doesn't have just one definition that everyone agrees on. Each part of the audience for your game is looking for something different based on their own ideas of what successful game balance looks like to them. Most players' primary driver for wanting game balance is the idea of fairness. They think they want a game in which all options are equally viable, and they can rank up or win a tournament with any character or weapon or team comp that they choose. They want a game where the tools they use are objectively powerful, but are perceived as fair by others, and that those tools are rarely used against them. If the game doesn't feel fair to an individual, that individual gets frustrated. Viewers matter a lot to any.
So these are the two things, right? Like, you want the game to be fair, and you want to see a lot of stuff. So like, to cut back here, right? I'll see people that'll come over here, right? Oh, I don't actually have it unlocked. I'm a moron, but yeah. Don't ignore the fact that I have the story not finished because I've been a lazy goober and working on other projects. But you'll go to the Great Rift. You'll literally go to the Great Rift leaderboard and you'll see shit. And like, people will be like, but my favorite character isn't there. This game sucks. Right? Like, you guys remember in season 1 when it was just all Tressa and Cassius? And then everybody's just like, game sucks. And like, the one that I always see every single time for this game, and I think it's still there. Like, I don't want to put them on blast like too much, but people will literally look at the Great Rift leaderboard and they will see that Magna is not on any team on the leaderboard, and they will straight up, they will straight up just be like, you know, character sucks. Character's mid tier. Right? Meta, right? All right. Hey, look, there's Magna right there. Let's go. For the Vanguard, right? Oh, there's team tier list. But like, question is, how many of these have Magna? Can I look and see? How do I see how many tiers that Magna has? Yeah, this is a bit much. I don't know whose site this is, but this is kind of a complicated tier list. I don't think it needs to be this complex. Like, this is a little bit nuts. Yeah, right side is 3 characters. Yeah, see? You look at the team there. Yeah, rear guard is literally just Hidamari, Cassius, Nia. And like, that's the perception, is like, you just play this. And like, to be fair, Great Rift is designed that this is probably the only thing you can play. So in a vacuum, yeah, sure. But like, you shouldn't look at this and be like, yo, Cassius is the second best character in the game, because the one content that people give a shit about, right? He's literally, it's designed with him in mind, Right? I used to get so frustrated in the previous 2 seasons where people would say Magna is like dog shit. I'm like, yeah, this character is like insane everywhere but Great Rift. But because she's not in any Great Rift teams, I just see her in low tier all the time. Yeah, see, you're like saying I don't agree with Beryl being in tier 2, right? So it's like people will see a character is not high on a list or is like absent from a game mode, and they'll just like, yep. Game's not fair, game doesn't have variety, game sucks.
Modern competitive games ecosystem. And the viewer's primary driver for wanting game balance is variety. They want to tune into live streams and see like a lot of different characters and team compositions and weapons represent.
This is why, by the way, this second bullet point, like, whether you realize it or not, back up a couple of frames here. All right, let me see. This right here,
tune into
viewers want variety. This is why E7 Masters and E7 World Cup is played with lunatic mode. Like 100%, this second bullet point is why competitive Epic 7 is done the way it's done. Because lunatic mode doesn't require the Herculean task of overhauling the game's balance. But it gives the viewers the variety that they want. Otherwise, like nobody would tune into E7 WC if every game was like Biblis First Lady of the Scales. Yes. Yeah.
Live streams and see like a lot of different characters and team compositions and weapons represented to keep things interesting. They want to see lots of play styles interacting with each other, especially when viewing tournaments.
Yep.
It's a lot less fun when the top 8 character selections look like this.
Yep.
If the choices being made on screen are too repetitive, viewers get frustrated. And this third one, yeah, we'll talk about this one later. So how do developers figure out how to tune the game to make it more fair and give it more variety? One common strategy is to survey or talk to players to see what it is they want changed. Another common strategy is to use telemetry to look deeply at data that represents real in-game outcomes, such as use rates or win rates, to try and make it so that things make sense mathematically. And yet, despite trying all of these things, competitive games so often struggle to achieve good game balance. Why is that? Let's break down each of the traditional methods for making.
So you're telling me SmileGate actually uses those? They do, but you'll understand. Hold on.
Data lies.
If you do your survey, as you're about to see in a second, Ramdu, it doesn't help you at all. They probably use the surveys, but the reason why you probably feel that like the way you feel is I think that the data, the way that they interpret the surveys is potentially wrong. I'll just let him.
First day of my high school statistics class, our teacher shared with us a quote from early 20th century Austrian psychiatrist Wilhelm Steckel. Statistics is the art of lying by means of figures.
Yep.
That quote really stuck with me. As it turns out, if you're clever, you can use data to prove almost any point you want. Or worse, data can convince you of a false truth. Data can be very useful in convincing your development teammates of a design direction, but it's much less useful for finding the right tuning decision to make for your audience. Checking telemetry from League of Legends, you might find that the item Mejai's Soul Stealer has an absurdly high win.
Yeah. So check this shit out. Mejai's Soul Stealer, 75% win rate. Right? That's that. We would like if 50% is balanced, that's nuts, right? 75% is nuts. But like, listen.
Win rate. Often close to 80%, but this statistic is highly misleading. The item is rarely purchased unless you're already winning, which means the player purchasing it was already very likely to win.
See, Jay Nico, you got it. You only build Mejai's Soul Stealer if you're winning the game. So that's why the win rate is so high.
And before making the purchase. The developers understood why the win rate for this item was the way it was, and that kept them from making
it's a win harder.
Trusting the numbers alone and making a poor tuning decision. This means that in order to find guidance within the numbers, you need an extraordinary amount of context. Let's say that you look at your character pick rates, and one of the characters is very underrepresented. Do we have any idea why just from the numbers alone? Is it because the character's too weak? Or are they difficult to use? Do they lose matchups to some of the most common characters? Or are they just kind of ugly?
That's a real.
This data is
that's a real thing. We'll talk about that in a second.
Useless as a means to understanding what changes to make in your game. Early on in Overwatch's lifespan, developers saw the use rate of the support hero Symmetra was low, and so on December 13th, 2016, they overhauled the character, changing the way her moveset worked. Developer design notes said they wanted to make Symmetra feel more active and give her more meaningful contributions to the team. Overall, Symmetra players liked the changes, but the use rate barely went up. The players were somewhat happy, but the goal of normalizing the use rate was not achieved. She still wasn't very popular. On June 26, 2018, a year and a half later, Symmetra was reworked a second time, this time moving her from a support role into a damage role. Many Symmetra players lost their fun in this overhaul, and some physically disabled players could no longer play the character at all. The use rate dropped below the original version while simultaneously making the player base upset. Without understanding why the use rate was low to begin with, tuning the character, or worse, reworking them entirely, is like throwing darts while blindfolded after being punched in the face.
We literally, by the way, have seen this relatively recently in Epic 7, right? So they balance, like, if I just go to Stove real fast, right? Like, yeah. We literally saw this, like, recently. This is, like, a real example that, oh my god, I just flashbanged. I'm so sorry, guys. This is, like, a real thing that we saw relatively recently. Let me see if I can find it. It should be under dev notes. Update. Where's balance adjustment? Damn, dude. I don't know where the balance adjustment is for the most recent one. If somebody could link me that, that would be great. Because we, like, literally just saw this recently. Like, no BS. This exact example. Anyways, I'm getting away from the point, but literally the devs saw Tenebria's pick rate was trash, so they tried to change things about Tenebria, and I'm like, the main changes that they made to Red Tenebria were specifically to address the fact that she was worse than Ballin Cezanne in Green Expo. And they made a bunch of changes that were supposed to help the character in other areas, like at plus make her pick rate better in Expo. And in reality, all they did is they made the character significantly worse at Abyss, right? Thank you, Seal. I'm like still flashbanging. I'm so sorry, guys. I got to put back on dark mode. Yeah, right? So like they literally made these changes, right? With the express goal of allowing her to be utilized more broadly across various battle contents, right? And all it did, correctly, you said it did nothing, yay. So straight up, Tenebria, like the changes, all it did was make somebody like me angry who uses the character in Abyss, or make somebody like Hamsloth, who is a dedicated Tenebria main, upset because you changed the way that he plays the game. And it didn't really, like, it's just, we looked and saw, hey, number low, we make change, and it just ends up making everybody mad because it's not what people wanted at all. It's like, it didn't do anything.
Was the pick rate low because Symmetra was weak? Or was it because her toolkit didn't fit in well with the dominant strategies running the game?
Yeah, like, yeah, like Hamsloth literally, he has, like, hold on. Yeah, like Hamsloth literally, I watched that video. Like he made a whole video on this thing. Where if I can see if I got it was like, hey, this is the last time we play the character. I'm trying to find it. Where are we? Dude, his thumbnails are always just absurd. I swear. Judge Kisei holding a giant cucumber is a choice. I can't find it, but he had one where it was literally like, this is the last time that we're playing this character before it gets like absolutely gutted. So yeah, the nerf Tenebria experience. He literally made a whole video of just how mad he was about it. Right? I'm pretty sure it has a pinned comment on it as well about how upset he was. But like that's the gist of it. Is it's like,
or was it because she was only fun to a certain type of player? And if I may ask, is it even a problem that her pick rate was low, or that the game has niche characters that aren't tournament viable?
Yeah, that's where I'm at on this thing. It's like, is it's fine, right? Like if this character is like God tier in Abyss and just like one of the best in an option, I think it in Expedition, I think it's fine.
Well,
yeah, exactly. ATK's got players view characters in terms of who they think are their favorite. SmileGate's view characters as just a bunch of roles. I don't think SmileGate is too attached to most characters. Yeah, but that's the thing. You have to balance the needs of the player base versus like the needs to like of what you're trying to accomplish goal wise, right? we were just saying players either get bored or frustrated, and you need to address those things. And I'm sitting here, I think about those Tenebria changes, and I'm like, nobody was frustrated with the state of Tenebria. Like, you just decided that we're changing this. You know who is our favorite unit?
Is it?
No, I
Without
don't.
context, data is often worse than useless.
Mm-hmm.
It can make you think a problem exists where there isn't one, and it might lead you to making decisions that remove the fun of some of your players. Data without context is dangerous. We should also consider that data is almost never qualitative, and it's easily skewed. Developers that use telemetry to observe the win rates of various characters and weapons will find obvious and large differences when they start to sort that data by player rank.
Yep.
Can we really trust a qualifier like player rank to sort and understand this data?
Yeah, the perfect example of this one. You want to see a character? This character. This is the perfect example at Epic 7 of a character that has a dog win rate at low elo and has a crazy win rate at high elo.
Ranking systems are only good at sorting people who use them a lot. Consider that there are tournament level players who do not play ranked mode often at all, and when they do, they may be much lower ranked than their actual skill level due to their lack of ranked playtime. You must also realize that not everyone in the top ranking bracket is of equal skill, and so this can affect a character's win rate rather drastically even within that segment of players. And within that segment, you may find that certain strategies or characters are barely used at all. Think about what else goes into the win rate. Is this a 1v1 game or a team game? Is the character difficult or easy to use? How do we interpret the stats of a character who thrives in online matchmaking, but struggles to place well in full tournament brackets? How close are the game's best character specialists to reaching each
I think I agree with that, ATK.
And what don't we know about a character's potential? Even if we
I
can
love that
perfectly
Yoshi. I love that
understand the
Yoshi just
quality
there.
of our win rate data, we simply can't learn enough from it to identify if we even have a problem to address, let alone possible solutions to that problem. Maybe we can spot a lopsided matchup with data from time to time, which can be really helpful in knowing where to look, but it isn't at all helpful in figuring out what to change. Remember, data will lie to you. Using Street Fighter VI's publicly available telemetry, we can see such a case in action. Dhalsim, Lily, Honda,
This is
Rashid,
crazy.
Blanca, and Kimberly are the bottom 6 characters in terms of use rates and ranked, both across all ranks overall and when isolating the master rank players. And yet, the characters with the highest win rates in master rank are, in order, Honda, Kimberly, Dhalsim, JP, Blanca, Rashid.
All right. Do you understand like how insane that factoid is? These are the 5 least popular characters in the game. These are the highest win rate characters in the game. Like, just like look at it. Aside from Lily, right? The highest win rate is basically all the ones that nobody plays. Yeah. So like the perfect example of this from like E7, not so much anymore, but in the past, the perfect example to this, if we sort, because like we have the win rates for characters, right? The perfect example of this in the past, he's not anymore. I think he's actually dead last right now, is Schneel. Right? When Death Dealer Ray was meta, Schneel was the second highest win rate character in the game. But his pick rate was like not really so great. Now nobody plays Death Dealer Ray. Look at Schneel. Like, it's not even Schneel is insane, but like, look at it. Like, nobody plays Ray anymore. Now look at Schneel's win rate. So like, when Schneel came out, he was the second highest win rate character in the game. And so it's like, oh, mission accomplished. We don't have to do anything to Schneel. He's good. Now the day Ray is gone, it's like, oh, this character does nothing. This character does fuck all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure actually, if I look at his win rate, let me see, like his win rate. What does he win against? Yeah, he wins against Death Dealer Ray and then Taeyu by proxy because Taeyu's always picked with Ray. So look, if his win rate versus Ray is quite literally still like insane. Like most people play Zio with Taeyu or they go Zio, Taeyu or Zio Araminta, and then they always take Ray on 5. Right? So they just, all of this, look at the top 4 things he beats, and you'll recognize it is literally just one team comp. Right? But against everything else in the game, this character sucks. So like the point I'm trying to make there is the same one he's making is like, there's going to be, if you take it as like, if the meta was just Zio with Ray cleave every game, Schneel would look way better than he actually is. right? But because nobody plays right now, you start to see it's a lot different. It is largely dependent on what is being played by the masses of people, right? And this is something I advocated for a long time ago in like my RTA guides and stuff, is like I try to play characters that I think are good versus what everyone else is playing, independent of what the data says or what streamers tell me or this, that, or the other thing. Because like I know Bread and CL will probably roast me, but like I have a really high win rate this season with Ambitious Tywin. But I only pick him in the matchup where I think I can win that. Right? Like I literally only pick him versus Briar. I don't play him in any other matchup. And my high win rate, I feel like, reflects that.
So this is almost the exact inverse. And player conceptions of these characters placed in the tier lists bear no relation to any of this data. Most players think Blanca and Rashid are high tier, Honda and Lily are low tier, and ideas about Dulcim and Kimberly's strength vary wildly. This data could easily lead you to believe that these 6 characters are weak due to underuse, or make you think that they're too strong because of their high win rates. Data without context is dangerous, yes, but even trying to apply proper context to your data is almost impossibly difficult. So if we can't really trust data to guide us, we should probably talk to the players in our community, right?
Wrong.
After all, they play the most, they're often extremely skilled, and they know the game pretty damn well. Well, unfortunately, even though most of them don't mean to, players frequently lie too. If you've been in or around game dev long enough, you've certainly heard the phrase,
players don't know what they want, kind of. You will hear this. Ask anybody in these, pick a random friend, random guildmate, random person. Somebody will always tell you, turn 2, tank down, like, Ruel is bullshit. Like, we need to nerf Ruel. Estelle sucks. His character is bullshit, right? And then in the reverse, you'll have somebody like me who'll be like, yo, like, how do you beat Briarcleave? This thing's bullshit. Like, how do you beat it? Like, whether you realize it or not, you will have some kind of bias, right?
Players don't know what they want. This isn't entirely true in my experience. There's a relatively well-known clip of me from the wonderful Fight On Killer Instinct documentary.
What's Briarcleave?
In which
it's where you pick Briar on 3, Arbiter Vildred on 4 or 2.
Rallied together and really wanted us to nerf Jago. Specifically, his ability to heal himself by landing fireballs during his instinct mode made them feel like they had to kill him 3 times instead of 2. But nerfing his healing, as they'd requested, would have cut away at the character's core identity and a large part of what makes him unique and fun to play. The community was laser focused on seeing the healing as the problem, and their view of the game was that Jago was either too strong or too frustrating to play against, depending on who you asked. Whether this was the true state of the game or not is not relevant. They believed Jago was a problem, and their perception, no matter how flawed, is the reality they live in. To tune games properly, you must accept this. A player's perception is their reality. So
Yep. Exactly. Harsetti is right now. Yeah, so that's the thing. So Harsetti had the like, if you just looked at the numbers when Harsetti came out, like the character was like fine. Right? It wasn't anything like crazy. It wasn't too high. It wasn't too low. Like it was fine. But nobody liked playing with her against Harsetti. So that's why you would see like Kukerbat complain all the time. And it's just like, it doesn't matter if, you know, it's not like you don't think it's a problem. If the player base is telling you Harsetti is a problem, right? Then like, whether you think it or not, you probably should do something to alleviate that frustration.
So instead of succumbing to the community pressure campaign and nerfing Jago's healing, we took a different approach that allowed us to maintain his fun and unique healing gimmick, while weakening some of the more brainless parts of his kit that allowed him to negate his intended weaknesses too easily.
That's the thing I always, by the way, he's talking about like taking out brainless parts of kits. The one thing I will give SG credit on lately, especially with Epic 7, is they have been very thoughtful about putting like interesting decision or interaction points in kits lately.
Community cooked us pretty hard for a few weeks, insisting that this wasn't the change they asked for and wouldn't make a difference. But a few weeks after that, complaining about Jago had all but stopped. Players knew they wanted a weaker Jago. It's just that their idea of how to do it would have had way worse knockdown effects on the game and Jago player base than what we landed on. And of course, a very small
obviously this doesn't apply to us because we don't have nerfs
that we did end up going with, and they either switched characters or quit the game entirely. That sucks. but it's a natural part of the tuning process. You can't please everyone, but you can limit the negative blowback of a nerf if you're thoughtful.
Yeah, see, that's something I've always told people. Like, I would tell that to even Bandai. The first time I worked for Bandai on Naruto, one of the big pushes to get like rotation, to try to rotate out and ban a bunch of cards. It's like you do it not because, you know, you do it because it's the right thing to do for your game. You can't please everybody. You just do what you can to retain as many as possible and just keep going forward. Yeah, exactly. You can't have a serious PvP game if you deny yourself the ability to nerf units. I 100% agree with that. Like, that is something I think they really need to look at, because I think at this point, anybody who's like been here long enough for E7 will probably tell you, like, yeah, just for like the you know, the 5 or 10% of the player base that's going to cry if you nerf stuff, like, fuck them. Just think about all the more people that you'll get to come back to the game, or who will pick up the game that are like, you know, instead, right? I think it's a much easier sell to a brand new player in E7 if you basically tell them that, like, they balance that, like, you know, tweak the game to try to keep it balanced or fair. Because again, we talked about this, like, people want fair, even though that's subjective. People want that, right? So it's like, if you make it so that you're doing more frequent, like, up and down balance patches to get like to kind of shake things up, so I don't have to see the same damn thing all the time, and we're not just power creeping ad infinitum. Like, I think that's a good thing. Ironically, the best example of ER I had was Shadow never got buffed and Sharon. I actually am not familiar with them in ER. I think ATK is nerfing. Wait. I think ATK nerfing comes from the rumor or urban legends against the law in Japan to nerf units. So I have like I have a proposed solution to go around the nerfing. I mentioned it before in one of my posts, but I never actually made like a whole video on it. But like, straight up, like, they could just make a Type 2 format. Like, I just don't know why they don't make a Type 2 format. Right? So, yeah. You don't think SG wants to give out ML5 to get this conversation? Yeah, exactly. All right, let me just hit play. We'll keep it going. We have
too strong on paper. Did he even need to be nerfed in the first place? Believe it or not, it doesn't actually matter. Ultimately, players were frustrated, and something had to be done about that. The something we chose weakened Jago, which is what the players wanted.
Yep, it's Killer Instinct. Yeah,
the way we did it strayed pretty far.
Yeah, he worked on Killer Instinct.
Complaints. So in a way, players do occasionally know what they want. It's just that they don't usually know the least destructive way to get there.
Yep, and that's not my job. That's your job.
But I'll state again, they usually don't mean to. They're generally well-intentioned and they just want the game to get better. But better for who? Even among the most well-meaning users, you'll find that the overwhelming majority of them struggle to see the big picture or consider the viewpoints of others. Their idea of a better
I'm here to describe what ails it. Exactly.
With their character or weapon of choice can win more easily.
Yep.
Things that beat their playstyle get weak.
This is why talking to Loki is an exercise in frustration, because he literally will complain about the balance of the game and then talk about what needs to be changed. And it's like, bro, that just literally helps cleave. He's like, dude, we need a third pre-ban. I'm like, yeah, that just helps cleave.
And their playstyle gets stronger, and no one complains about their playstyle, so they can feel good about using it. I used to think this way myself, so I'm not trying to cut you down if you currently think this way.
Yep, Boyle.
It goes without saying that this isn't.
You're like offender number 2.
Frustrating game. So you need to take every piece of feedback that you get with a massive grain of salt and try to apply as much context.
You want to know if anything he said? Well, so that's the thing. E7 is inherently broken, but E7 is fun right now. And that's all that matters. The game is fun. Like, at least I'm having fun. I have fun with the current state of E7's RTA. Right? I am having fun with the current state of Chaos Zero Nightmare. So to me, that's all that matters. Yeah, okay, bro. I need whatever you're smoking. Bro, have you considered taking a break one shot? Yeah, see, only cleavers ask for a third pre-ban. You will never find a turn 2 player that asks for a third pre-ban. So like, if every cleaver tells SG that you need a third pre-ban, and no turn 2 players asked for it, then you have to ask yourself, okay, which is it? Like, you can't act on that. Can we have a third pre-ban, JFeet? No.
Can be easily misled by data, sure, but they can even more easily be misled by players. Data can be convincing, but players can be very, very loud and hard to ignore. It is, of course, not possible to know what you don't currently know.
Yes.
But that won't stop players from insisting that their perspective is the truth. After all, to them, it currently is, but their perspective can shift quickly. Players are very easily influenced and misled. Influencer types can, often without even meaning to, construct completely false narratives that large swaths of your user base will ban.
Yeah, he's talking about the rage. The rage.
Help amplify. Suddenly.
Yeah, so this is the thing. With like, I'm not saying this to like throw Light under the bus, right? But Light started this thing where it was like buff Fern, please, when the Free Ring collab came out. And so Light started the chant of buff Fern please. So then I started saying, yeah, we need to buff Fern. So then Tristan said, yeah, we need to buff Fern. So then every influencer was like, yeah, we need to buff Fern. To the point where it's just like absurdly loud. And if you're SG and you got the numbers and like Fern's looking fine on your end, but everybody is like yelling at you, buff Fern, like, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do?
The desires or misinformation of just one popular player can start to sound like hundreds or thousands of people who all agree about what the problem is and how to fix it. Groupthink is a major issue that puts a lot of social...
Oh, 100%. Like, this is the thing. I used to make like videos back in the day. If you guys watch my like old RTA guys about... Man, groupthink is like the scariest thing to me, man. Because like people will just... They'll just flowchart everything. And I'm like, please, critical thinking skills. Think about stuff. Make it your own.
Pressure on devs that can be very difficult to navigate. And it isn't just influential players or malicious players who can influence a crowd. It's often tournament results themselves. Early on, after the launch of Injustice 2 in May of 2017, generational talent Sonic Fox won nearly every tournament they attended using Captain Cold, a character that many at the time thought was on the weaker end of the roster. Sonic Fox's dominant win streak resulted in a community that was forced to reassess the actual strength of the character, and eventually developers that nerfed the character despite Sonic Fox's insistence.
You know what my favorite example of groupthink in E7 is? The idea that there's some kind of vote in those E7 art contests. No, I disagree. I do think that there is a vote, but I do think that SmileGate does pick one of the winners. No, it's not. It is not a copy pasta. Get out of here, boy.
Was indeed weak, and just counterpicked certain characters well. But you don't even have to go on a dominant winning streak to change people's views. After Super Street Fighter IV launched in April of 2010,
this is a very famous example.
Tournament season really kicked off. Many of us looked to our strongest players to assess the power levels of the 10 new characters that were added to the roster. Going into EVO 2010 on July 9th, the widespread sentiment among top players was that Adon was among the weaker characters added to the game. Many of us went into that event writing the character off completely. And then GamerB took 5th place out of about 1,700 players with Adon that weekend. No,
you're good,
Trini. Open bracket tournament we had seen to date. Totally upending how we had viewed the character for months without a single balance change.
Okay, so you guys like are following this, right? So Adon was perceived as weak because no top players were talking about him, and then he ended up getting 5th at a major, right? Like we did see this. Like, you don't see it as much anymore since power creep has kind of gotten way out of control. But does anybody remember when was it Jinte that was sent home off of Green Charles when everyone had written the character off and like top 8, top 4 of Worlds?
GamerB from Taiwan using Adon. For all you people out there who don't believe that Adon can take it to the top 8.
In an even more example, let's look at Super Smash.
Okay, so just like to tie, we'll come back to this example in a second, but like to tie this all over, like I see this all the time. Like, not that I don't like distrust any players, but like, for example, like Elv told me, like 2-3 days ago, he was like, yo, this RNL character broken, OP, right? That's what he told me. And then I was like, man, if Elf's saying it, that shit must be super broken, right? All right. All right, we're rebounding a little bit. But we were looking bad. We were looking 48.5% win rate. So I was confused because I was like, I usually trust Elf's opinion, but also the data contradicts Elf. So which is it? This is tying what he's saying together, where it's like it's both halves of the same thing. Data can lie to you. Players can unintentionally or accidentally also lie to you, because Rihanna and Luciella might be strong for how Elf plays the game, but it might be absolutely terrible for how I play the game.
Brothers Melee, one of the most popular competitive games of all time, and a game that has not been patched since the 1.02 Player's Choice discs.
True. In CZN, every character's OP. That's how I feel. And then I see tier lists and I'm just like, what are we doing? Like, the only character where I'm just like, see, the characters I consider weak in CZN are the characters that, like, I don't play that often. And it's just because I'm just not interested in them. And I feel like you'll find the same with a lot of other people. I feel like the characters that they'll say are weak are the ones they're not interested in. Now, granted, I do think there are characters that are kind of weak. I think they kind of did Tressa dirty. They kind of definitely stripped a lot of power out of that character.
Released
Yuki is bad? I disagree.
Melee has a very long and well-documented history of community agreed-upon tier lists to rank the strongest and weakest characters. By all conventional wisdom, Yoshi
come around, by the way?
21st best character in the game in a roster.
I think you were right about what? Chizuru is way worse than Yuki? Thank you! I don't think... Look, if a character... It is a single-player PvE card game is what Chaos Zero Nightmare is. I have cleared everything with Yuki. So aside from the one PvP mode, the leaderboard, Great Rift, right? The character can do it all. So, like, does it matter? Like, how good? Like, does it matter? Does it really matter? Like, that's the thing. Like, there is this perceived... You know, I even made a short about this. Like, I'm not like trying to like toot my own horn here, but like I quite literally made a short called Yuki is better than you think, because I'm just tired of this. Like, yeah, the character is like ass. She's like massively overrated. If there's like, but the thing is, like, she's overhated. If there was one thing that is wrong with her, it's that her damage should be higher than it is, because the way they've chosen to balance high-end stuff, she can't deal enough damage to deal with like the mechanics they put in place. They've designed mechanics to try to balance around certain characters like Serenial or Hidamari, and she is just a casualty of that. So they need to find a way to balance, like, you know, make it so that Yuki and characters like Tressa and Luke and Lucas don't just get absolutely reamed by like a bad design decision. Yeah.
Roster of 26.
Exactly.
Not good. And then Amsa appeared in the tournament scene and started getting results with Yoshi. Yoshi's rank went from 21st to 12th from 2013 to 2015.
Yeah.
After Amsa's win at Big House 10 in October of 2022.
This guy's a legend, by the way,
the
Amsa.
hardest Melee major of all time. Yoshi now sits as the 10th best character in the game on community tier lists, despite nothing about the game changing.
Yeah, so you understand that, right? This is a 26 character roster game, and Yoshi was considered the 21st best character, and one person winning a major tournament single-handedly changed the tier list for every single person, right? Like, at launch for Pridewin, Amir was considered the worst character in CZN, and then a couple of people, myself included, were actually like having success with Amir, and then people took notice of it, and the character like moved up a whole tier despite nothing changing. I mean, now she's back on the bottom because for some reason she's still perceived as bad, and I still don't understand how, but here we are. Oh, but yeah, no, but Wind Demon is exactly right, though. He was saying, he's like, the main thing that made me want to do this in the first place is because CZN players always keep asking for Yuki buffs, and whether they need it or the character needs it or not, SG goes, damn, people really think Yuki sucks. There's a lot of frustration around Yuki. I guess I have to buff Yuki again. That's why she's getting another buff in like 10 days. It's just because people still think the character sucks. So it's just going to be the bus will continue until morale improves.
Yoshi rose 11 spots in the ranks.
Yeah, Amir stock should be up because of 8 iron.
87 competitors.
Again, we simply cannot know what we do not know. Whether it's
again, I don't want to like be that guy too much because like Pridewin does do a lot of things right, but like I see stuff like where is it? The seasonal data, right? Like seasonal data here says like is based on characters' max potential using their best decks and team in all saved game data modes, excluding Great Rift, but it includes Nebula Distortion, Full Scale Offensive, and Tower of Screams. Like Tower of Screams is literally game mode designed for a Vanguard, right? Magna, you can literally hit auto and win Spiral Tower of Screams. And yet I can't tell you why the perception is that this character is this low. Like it literally this character and then 9, right? Where is 9 actually on this list? 9's up here. These two characters, you can literally hit auto and win. On floor 150. So I don't know why that is the perception of it. But like, because a character like Magna is perceived as bad for so long, that's why she got so many buffs. Like she's been averaging like 40-ish, like 20 to 40 changes a patch.
Sonic Fox thinking their tournament winning character is weak, or a consensus of top players thinking that a character they don't even main is weak.
No, I didn't leak up
performance, or AMSA believing in their character's power.
I've been busy, so I haven't
execution.
I have not actually done Great Rift yet.
It just goes to show you.
But I will. In the last week, I promise you, I will still try to get the Masters frame.
Easily, players and developer opinions can be swayed by tournament results and influencers. When groupthink and player pressure campaigns arrive at your doorstep, it's incredibly hard, maybe impossible as a developer, to know what situation you're actually in and guess right.
Yep.
Is the character weak or strong? Without many years of evidence, you'll have to make an assumption. You'll be right sometimes, and you'll be wrong other times, and it's a huge part of why tuning a competitive game is.
See, we're collectively the CZN community and the devs. I think we were all wrong in hindsight about Cassius Tressa. Cassius was 100% the culprit. Tressa, I don't think was the culprit. Like the entire community was screaming that we needed to nerf Tressa and Cassius. And then they nerfed Cassius and they reworked Tressa and they reworked the core mechanics around Tressa. So that way they were more in line with how they felt that people expected them to be. And then when people said that they went overboard on Cassius, they gave him a slight bump. And now Cassius is still good. But like Tressa quite literally, I feel like, died for Cassius's sins. Like in retrospect, man, Tressa got done so dirty.
So difficult. And of course, when talking about our inability to know what we don't yet know and how that influences the way we think about our passions and the world, I need to remind you, dear viewer, of the Dunning-Kruger effect. We can.
Oh man. Show of hands, how many of you guys actually know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is? Like I know because like I was a double psychology major. How many of you guys actually know this? One, yeah, so I don't know if he actually explains what the Dunning-Kruger effect is, but I'll explain it for those of you guys who don't know. The Dunning-Kruger effect is that low skill players think that they know more and they are better than they actually are. Right? And then people who actually are like pretty good feel like they aren't really that good. Right? And it's only when you get to like the expert levels where they are kind of in the middle. Like the best people are like, I'm kind of all right. Yeah, exactly. Learned it from League, yeah. So like it's very easy for like somebody to be like low rank and think that they're like the best because they don't know all of this other stuff about the subject that like the experts and like the more advanced people do know. Yeah. One of the most important lessons I learned in my entire life and I've talked about this before, is I went to one of my very first Smash Brothers tournaments. It was one of the first tournaments I've ever entered for any game. And I beat all of my friends all the time, right? I literally was like, yeah, I am the best person amongst my friend group. Like, nobody's even close to me. And it was a doubles tournament, right? And it was me and my buddy Eric. And we made it all the way to the finals, and it wasn't even close. Like, we beat everybody pretty badly. And I was like, yeah, dude, like, I ran my mouth. I talked about how I was like hot shit. There was nobody that was going to beat me. And then I came up against the other team in the finals, and they just annihilated us. Like, it wasn't even particularly close. And they were doing shit I had never seen before. And my first thought was, well, I'll just blame it on my teammate. And I took no accountability for it. And then just like after a couple weeks, like the realization kind of set in that I really didn't know anywhere near as much as I thought I did about the game. And I wasn't anywhere near as good as I thought I was. Right. And it was my own fault that I lost. It was not my buddy's fault that I lost it. In fact, I was so determined to try to get better that I challenged the best player in my state because I just wanted to see what was the gap between where I was versus the pinnacle. And I challenged the best player in my state, and I got annihilated. Like, when I say annihilated, like, I mean, I think I hit him once, like one time, and I got absolutely like destroyed for that. It was so embarrassing that he let me play his friend instead, because he was like, yeah, dude, like, you're just not, like, you just wouldn't learn anything. I would just beat the shit out of you so bad. So then I played his friend, and he was like, yeah, dude, I can't even take a game off the other guy. And he literally, he like JV3'd me. So he basically on borderline 3-stocked me. And then I played his friend, who was the worst person in the group, and that guy 2-stocked me. So for as good as I thought I was, for people who were actually in the know, they were just like infinitely better than me. Like, I couldn't do anything. So that was like a very, like, I was a teenager. That was a very humbling experience to learn like how bad I actually was at the thing I was trying to do. Right. And so I just, from that point on, I tried not to run my mouth. I do run hot-headed, but I tried not to run my mouth about anything until like I had the results to prove it, where it's like, hey, I have won, this championship or this event or this or that or the other thing, or I can measure my progress versus like, okay, well, this guy is like a ranked player and I can get, I could take one game off him, but I can't win the set, kind of thing.
Be extremely confident that we know everything about the state of a game when we, in fact, are only seeing a small part of the big picture. Even the strongest players in the world who are regularly,
you're unaware of how deep Atomic goes until you hit the valley. It's true. Thank you.
What's possible within a play space. And while balanced discussions and tier list theorizing can be incredibly fun,
yes, they are.
It is for these reasons that players make misleading and unreliable sources of guidance when deciding how to tune your game. Okay, so we can't rely on data or players for guidance. But what about the goals we'd set out to achieve in the first place? Let's examine our list of goals and try to understand if we're even attempting to steer in the right direction. Goal number 1, a favorite goal of players, is fairness. Fairness should not and cannot ever be a goal.
Yep.
Why?
Yep.
Because no two players can ever universally agree on what is fair.
Yep. Me versus Cleavers. There you go. That's it. I like playing Vanguards in CZN, right? You might like playing Rangers. We're not going to agree on what needs to be buffed or nerfed.
It's an emotional metric that changes by the minute depending on
you.
who you ask.
Tatiki, you got it. It's too subjective.
Match,
it's based on your own...
showed up on their social media.
Yep, it's how you feel in the moment.
It's simply not an achievable goal because game balance is mostly vibes. You cannot measure your success by measuring fairness, as the only way to do so, data or player surveys, are frequently misleading.
Yep.
Remember, as a developer, you also don't know what you don't know. Things you think you know may be false, and you are just as easy to manipulate as the players are.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember that League of Legends example from the start of the video about Vladimir Sanguine Pool? That wasn't the only time something like that happened in League. When the champion...
It's my main, guys! I lived through this!
Riven was released, she was viewed by the community as weak. Riot devs apparently agreed and hotfixed in some buffs for the character.
Yep.
Shortly after posting the hotfix notes on the forums, the character's play rate spiked and the feedback was
I remember I was like, dude, the changes to Riven are so good. I was telling my friend Nick, I was like, man, she feels great after this hotfix, man.
very positive. Players reported how good the buffs felt and what a difference they made, but the hotfix hadn't actually gone live yet. The character was unchanged.
The reason why the character felt great to play is because I was getting better at matchups with Riven. That's why. So I thought it was in my head. In reality, it's just you get better at the matchup. You get better at the game. You get better at reading the situation.
Game balance is mostly vibes.
Yep.
The idea of fairness is so individual to each player that it can never be an achievable or even measurable goal. Even when groupthink makes it seem like thousands
and then
of
there's
players
me who
have the
beats
same
myself
need
up
or
not
issue,
being able to third
their
content season
overall
when it's my
feelings of
first card you
fairness
ever
are
compare myself to
different.
people who have years of
The
experience.
only way to tune your game into a state
Don't beat yourself
no
up, Art.
player is
Just play what you
complaining
like.
to make them all quit. Because of these reasons, I strongly recommend that we stop using the idea of fairness as a tuning goal.
Yep.
Goal number 2. A favorite goal of viewers is variety. But variety is not the result of mathematical balance or fairness. It's the result of enabling diverse player expression.
Yep.
Let me explain why. Each individual player has their own playstyle and their own view on what.
And this is
aspects
what
of
I
the
think
game
that
or characters are fun.
they're going
This
for
includes
in
the type of
CZN.
risks different players want to take when trying to win. Some players want to play it as safe as possible and focus on reactions with a low risk, low reward strategy. Other players may want to gamble, taking big bets and trying to get maximum rewards. And
Yep.
everything in between those two extremes exists as well. If a character is harder to learn and pilot and optimize, should that character be equal in theoretical power output with a character that's trivial to learn and pilot and
Yep.
optimize? An easy character could be considered low risk. A difficult character could be considered high risk. If both risks result in the same reward, which character will most players choose? Or, to put it more plainly, one character is low risk, high reward, and the other one is high risk, high reward. What I've observed over the years is that when a game is tuned toward a more flat mathematical
ATK is about to get
balance,
put on
playstyles
blast
start
here.
to converge. When this happens, players gravitate towards one of two types of characters. They'll either play the characters that are easiest to win with, thus lowering their risk, or they'll play the characters that look the coolest or sexiest, because the vibes matter a lot to us.
Yep. There you go. That is, at its core, the Yuki argument. People are frustrated because your sexy sword waifu is not easier to play to have results with than somebody like Hidamari or Serenial or whatever have you, Haru.
And watch out if your easy characters are also your coolest.
Or 9. That's exactly,
We
yes,
don't
thank
often
you. 9 is the perfect example, yeah. People are upset because Yuki is their hot sword waifu that requires more out of them for perceived less output than 9. Exactly. They want, thank you, Tatiki now. They want 9's kit, but they want it on Yuki's body. They want Yuki to be 9. Yeah, 9 is the number 1 low cortisol DPS, yeah.
Achieve tournament variety by flattening win rate and use rates, because doing so flattens out the number of reasons different players gravitate toward different characters.
Sexy vibes was improved.
It's the quantity of different motivators that you offer to your players that breeds variety. Despite not being widely considered to have the most balanced roster, the original version of Guilty Gear Xrd Sign would frequently see large variety
Look at
of
that, man.
characters in tournament top 8s.
Yo, shout out to Kizzy K and Nerd Joss.
Wow.
Oh wait, I just realized that was Dogara's first. Yeah,
The characters are so different and diverse that they appeal strongly to different player types.
I actually agree with you,
Conversely,
Fiasco.
in the Tekken series, many of the characters share variations of the same game plan and have similar.
If it was me, I would change Yuki's inspiration. I would change the inspiration mechanic. I would change Yuki's mechanic to be something else entirely, because very clearly what the devs wanted is not what the players want. The mechanics are not what they want. I don't think you can change it too much, because like the hardcore Yuki players, you might alienate them, like the Symmetra example in the video. But like clearly they should change something that preserves the fun playstyle, but also gives the feeling of the character being on the level of 9. Like number not big, so they people get upset.
risk reward values. but in Guilty Gear, almost no characters play even remotely alike. This is why when Tekken misses the mark, it's much more common to see something like 4 Bobs in a Tekken 6 top 8, like at EVO 2011, or 6 Leroys in a Tekken 7 top 8.
Yeah, yup, you got, yeah, I remember Evil Ryu.
If the Guilty Gear developers worked hard to flatten the game using data, they'd end up destroying.
Yeah, see, like Black Sage is talking about how Evil Ryu was like busted, and that's what he was talking about with the Bob example. There's so many Shotos, so like people who would play like, you know, like you would see Daigo would play Ryu, but because Evil Ryu just, you know, is the same archetype, and you get more reward for at his level of play, execution is trivial. So for basically the same input, he gets a higher output. He's just gonna play that character.
Many players' favorite playstyles, and the result would almost certainly be a game with less variety for viewers. And we did, in fact, end up seeing this in motion at the launch of Guilty Gear Strive, which had top 8s dominated by many appearances of Soul Bad Guy, a character boasting.
And you guys ever play Strive, dude? Look at this stand S. Look at this punch.
Which had top 8s dominated by many.
This is the 9 experience, bro. Why would I ever play Yuki when I could just use Hugh?
Appearances of Soul Bad Guy, a character boasting the trifecta of easy to use, powerful, and super cool. Because at launch, Strive
look at this gameplay. Look at this fascinating gameplay.
Than in past iterations of the franchise, players gravitated towards this very easy and powerful badass.
That's the problem. Is I can do everything right with Yuki. I can literally do everything right with Yuki, and it feels less good than if I just do this. I just do the one button here. I think that's like the crux of it. That's the thing that I think that SG has to solve for Yuki. It needs to feel fun, and it needs to feel meaningful and impactful, right? Without, you know, it needs to feel like for a character like 9 that's that brain dead, I feel like I have to get more reward out of it.
Down the line, as new mechanics and extremely unique characters were added to the roster.
It's actually true. When Anyo picked up Strive, I actually did do that to him. I did pick Soul Bad Guy, and I just 5S'd him. I just frame trapped it with 5S because like he didn't know, and I was trying to instill upon him like, don't press buttons, like don't just like if you're being pressured, block, like block. You will find a gap. Just don't randomly press buttons willy-nilly.
Tournament variety improved a great deal. As a goal, variety is an admirable and understandable one.
That's 100% true. Soul players absolutely would do that.
Tournament results. And if you aren't hitting a good level of variety, your player base will absolutely let you know. But unfortunately,
yeah, that's us. That's us. We want Blue Luna variety.
I believe that you'll have a much harder time achieving variety by making it your end goal. Variety is a symptom of a healthy game ecosystem, not the result of a mathematically balanced game. Variety has another enemy, optimization of play patterns, which I'm going to talk more about later. And finally, the third goal that we skipped over at the beginning, the only real and true goal worth pursuing with game tuning efforts.
All right. Does anyone know what it is? People who haven't watched the video, what is the only true real goal of game balance? If you were paying attention at the start, you probably knew this. Ramdu got it.
Player retention. Retention is all about making your existing players want to play more, or at a bare minimum, preventing them from quitting. Fairness is a cute idea. Variety is nice to have if you can get it, but if players aren't playing, there isn't any point to anything you might.
Players are frustrated. You answer the frustration because you need the players to keep playing the game because that's the business model.
Might change in your game. We tune the game and engage with players so that they'll continue playing. That is the goal. We already discussed why players quit, and among the reasons within our control are that they get too frustrated or the gameplay stops being thoughtful and engaging, so they get bored. Using this, we can break down our main retention goals.
That's why that one meta that like Valky hated that one meta where it was just all tanks in E7 because he was just like, I feel like it's just not fun. Like I needed something to shake it up. Like, yeah, sure, it's balanced, it's just not fun.
Into smaller parts. We need to A, reduce player frustration, B, increase and reinforce thoughtful play patterns that result in engagement, and C, do all of that while trying to enable and maintain a high level of diverse player expression. Easy, right? Naturally,
no, it's not.
Doing all of those things while keeping a community happy with the direction you're going is not so easy after all. But in my experience, there are strategies you can use to make it work. So here's my approach to game tuning with those goals in mind. To the developers watching this, the tuning strategies and methodologies I use work for me. They might work for you or they might not. My goal is to share with you what I've learned so that you
I'm
can
curious
use the
how many of
parts
these things, if any,
that make
SG
sense
would
for you
actually use if they
and
decide to watch
just remember
this.
to always be critical about what you use and why. To players watching this, I hope you take away an improved vocabulary about game tuning and a wider view of what the goals of game tuning really are. And I hope that you can use this to improve the way you communicate with developers and each other.
Yeah, so basically watch this video and then light up the stove post with the things you learned in this video. Easy, right?
The classical approach of using data as a metric to measure the success of your tuning efforts is what I'll call tuning for flatness, wherein you try to achieve fairness and variety by normalizing.
See, that Ramdu, that's the same thing that I used to. I used to be a designer for a card game. That's why I know a lot of the stuff that he talked about. That's why I was like, man, this is such a good video.
Telemetry and survey data. But when tuning, you need to approach the problem less like a banker balancing the books and more like a beekeeper making sure that the hive is healthy and thriving. Imagine that you're responsible for balancing the environment of Earth, and you get a data report and discover that there are 20 quadrillion ants on the planet, but only 3 trillion trees. If you
that is why that's why CCN is good, yeah.
Mindset to tune a competitive game. A version of Earth with 20 quadrillion trees would have no space at all for anyone to exist. A version with only 3 trillion ants is going to cause serious ecological disasters as the food chain collapses. Good game tuning has a lot more in common with musical composition than it does hard science. It requires harmonious choices, purposeful and intentful imbalance of volume and frequency and tempo to achieve the desired emotional effect. What works in one song won't necessarily work in another, which means one game's right answers might be totally wrong for another.
Yep.
All aspects of your game need to harmonize and come together to be stronger than the sum of all of its parts. I call this tuning for harmony. When tuning a game, you're the conductor. Your job is to lead players emotionally where you'd like them to go, not follow the player's whims or manipulate telemetry numbers. A game that is tuned for harmony.
Which is why one of the reasons why I hate when they release characters like Schneel, because I'm like, this character is not fun or interesting. You just released a character to make the numbers go like this, right? Like, we already talked about Schneel at the start of it, but it's like, Ray was up here, so we needed to release Schneel so that way it can bring Ray down here. Ivana is the same exact one. Yeah, Ivana is 100% that character also. If you look at what Ivana does, it's like S1 heals, S2 is the passive that gives us the desired effect of flattening Diane's win rate, making her so she's not the second best character in the game anymore. And then S3 is just the standard small push, cleanse, some kind of buff, and that's it, right? And but compare that to somebody like the Ludwig that we're going to be getting, right? Ludwig does fixed damage. He can wear an artifact that makes him stealth. He could be fast or relatively slow. He could be played as a debuffer. He could be a carry, right? There's a lot of stuff, like a lot of different ways you could go with him because his kit does more. So as a player, that makes me brainstorm and go, oh shit, I want to get this character because look at all this cool shit I can do. And the way that you play Ludwig for like an aggressive player is going to be completely different than how you play it for a slower, more reserved player, which I think is super cool. And I'm like, why are more characters not designed like that?
Is trying to achieve retention by creating a game state in which the highest number of players can each have their own unique brand of fun, express themselves, and stay engaged.
Flop Vana, yeah.
A harmonious environment where joy and passion can thrive. Any imbalance that you put into place with intent is, based on your vision for the game, there to make it more interesting and exciting. It isn't an accident. Mathematical imbalance in your telemetry is not seen as a problem under this lens. It could be a symptom of a problem sometimes, but it could just as well be that the imbalance actually makes the whole stronger. How will you know the difference?
Well, I agree with you that Ivana is probably super hard to make.
First, you're going to need to put someone on your team in charge of game tuning, and that person needs to be able to play at a high enough level to feel the real game.
Yep. All right. So this is most likely, if you remember from the anniversary, the 7th anniversary video, the person he is talking about is most likely GM Kron.
They don't have to be tournament champions or the best in the world, but they should be strong enough to play alongside players of that caliber.
You remember how he talked about how he plays against people all the time in Legend on ladder? Yeah, this is the first you start.
This player needs to be under a few mandates.
Yeah.
Number one, they can't play in tournaments, so they can't be selfish about tuning. I'm not saying no one on your team can compete. I'm just suggesting that this one person should not compete in the game that you are making. They can feel free to compete in other games to scratch that itch. Number two, they shouldn't even have a main character or weapon. And they should spend their playtime using the characters or weapons the community.
Plot twist, FP officer guy. He might be. He might be. He might be. All right, so I know this is no tournament entry, but when I worked at Bandai, I had an NDA that I wasn't allowed to disclose that I worked at Bandai. There would be times where I was given a deck list and sent to a major just to play to get data on it, to see how strong the deck was, like out in the wild. Because even if the deck wasn't perceived as good right now, right, they would send me in with the deck to test how good it would be against what we're playing now, because if then we could make decisions on whether or not it should get more support. Yeah. See, this is why also right here, no main character. This is another thing that always would make me mad when I did stuff for like Bandai. I would talk to players. They'd always be like, oh, but I need this for Broly, or I want this for my Goku deck, or, you know, it would be great if Gold Frieza got this. And it's like, yeah, but like, I'm not trying to like cater towards people who have like a specific main.
Characters or weapons people think are the most offending to see if they even agree. Number three, they should try to think of the game as a whole. Play the whole roster relatively well and understand what aspects of each character are the most core to their identity and fun factor. A player who, say, only uses grapplers or only uses shotguns and can't get out of their comfort zone is going to struggle in this role.
Yes.
Number four, they should try to understand the feelings of players at various skill levels and keep each...
This is a big one right here. Consider various skills. This is a huge one. I find, like, even when you talk to players, like, if you talk to players at like various different skill levels, like they all have different things that they want. But when you talk to like top players, I feel like they often miss the big picture for the casual player. Like they'll be like, I would like it if this was changed, and it's like that would completely destroy the new player experience. That would completely destroy the casual player experience. Like, to give you a League of Legends example, my original League of Legends main was Akali, and I remember I hated Riot because they gutted Akali. I was like, why would they gut my main character? She's not even good in tournament play. She's not even good at top level. And it's because literally Akali was just absolutely broken at like gold rank and lower. Like everybody in gold had no idea how to beat her. And so she was causing people to quit the game. So to balance for retention, my character had to be a casualty. Right? Same thing with Tressa, right? For CZN. The perceived thing from players of all skill levels was Tressa was the problem, so we have to change Tressa.
Bracket of players in mind when tuning. You don't tune to give weaker players a chance against more experienced players, but you do need to tune against inexperienced players' unique frustrations if you want to retain them. This can be a challenging set of asks for a member of your...
Yeah, and so that's also important to point out there, because he's talking about balancing for the casual, right? Like you have to understand something, that Emperor and Legend players, that they might seem like somebody like Light or El Mage, I'm just using them because like they're well-known Legend players. They make up like 0.000 like 1% of the player base, right? 98% or 99% of the player base is champion and below. So like what a Legend player wants, you have to take with a grain of salt, because what they want only affects the top 0.0001%, like the tournament goer, right? So all the other changes, right? Like you have to consider, how does it affect the average person, right? Like, I'm not saying that Tristan is like the most casual person, but think about the average new player that discovers the game through like me or Tristan or Deity, right? Like think about like somebody that that has discovered E7 through Deity, right? They don't care about Harsetti or your problems about Harsetti. Like, that doesn't affect them in any way. So depending on like what proposed changes they make, because I've heard people say, get rid of speed RNG, that could have a huge ripple effect across all game modes for everybody. So I'm just like, I don't know if you want to make that change, right? Because by making that change, you can make it so that whales will make it so that newer players trying to get into RTA never have a chance to play because they need that speed RNG to give them an edge sometimes. They need to bank on it. Otherwise, games become fixed.
Team, but I believe it's crucial. This person is your lantern in a dark cave. Without them, you'll be lost, and you'll spend most of your time guessing your way back to the light.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have this person on your team,
I've been that person.
Find them externally and hire them.
That is literally why I got hired. Because I was the lantern in the dark. I literally got hired for that reason.
Listen to your players. Seriously. Players lie, but you still need to hear them. Players are often right about the symptoms, even if they don't understand the best ways to fix the problems.
Yep.
If you can, find a few players who love your game and have a better big picture sense than most, and talk to them a lot. These players are your canary in the coal mine. Don't take what they say at face value, always think critically, but a discussion with these key people can lead you to the right choices much more quickly and accurately, or keep you from making major mistakes. On KI,
basically what he's saying is ask your Tristan Wolves for the devs.
Hundreds of players I spoke to, I trusted exactly 2 to give me the kind of feedback that helped me validate or make tuning decisions, and maybe 10 more to give me thoughts that were
big picture is the most important aspect of
Learned
this.
who was who by chatting with the players a lot and being observant. Even with their help, we didn't make the right choice 100% of the time. You won't either.
I have made a lot of bad choices.
Your key players and make your success rate stronger. As you get information from telemetry and player sentiment reports, filter it and test against it rigorously. It's critical that you do not knee-jerk react to the things you hear, and it can be extremely difficult not to when influencer groupthink pressure campaigns arrive at your doorstep.
See, so the question is, I don't like it that my obviously faster, for example, 310 speed unit gets outsped by a sub 300 speed unit. How does that make sense? Now, maybe they could tighten the numbers, right? So instead of it being plus or minus 5% speed, they could tighten it to be like plus or minus like 3%. But you want speed RNG in your game because Wind Demon, I'm sure he's here. One of Wind Demon's guildmates, Jello, if you ever played against him without speed RNG, you will never take turn 1. Which makes games solved, which favors spenders. They're already favored. It's literally a chance. It is an equalizing mechanic baked into the game to give the casual player a chance. Like, it gives you a chance. You'll lose one game, get frustrated, and that will stick in your mind forever, and you will hold on to that shit and that frustration. But in reality, it happens super infrequently. You still win the lion's share of those games. But if you take speed RNG out of it, you will feel that frustration far more often than you realize.
You need to deploy.
Yes, unironically, 50% also does that. Correct. Because some people are demons and have like 300+% effectiveness. And if you take 50% absolute resistance out of the game, if they can outspeed you with that character, you will never get to play the game. And every time you play them, the match will play out exactly the same. And you will just be like, cool, I can't ever beat this person. And you'll just get frustrated and you'll quit. Like, these systems are baked into the game to alleviate player frustration, whether you realize it or not.
It changes quickly enough to minimize frustration, but you need to be measured enough to know when a problem is being overblown or a solution that works for your game has not yet been found. As an example,
he basically just proved my point there, right? People complaining about speed RNG is overblown.
Killer Instinct and Rumbleverse, I found that an average of 3 to 4 weeks worked for non-catastrophic issues based on those games' audiences and goals. For catastrophic issues, every day counts, and you need to get.
I need SG to take note of this. It's 4-week patch cycle, 3 to 4 week patch cycle to make changes to keep the game interesting, which they're doing with CZN, kind of, sort of, right? And then catastrophic ones is like sub a week, right? SG, your track record ain't looking too good compared to
Those
that.
fixes out in 2 to 3 days if possible, while communicating often with the community.
Yeah.
In most phases of game dev, there's a mountain of work to do and not enough time to do it all. So how do you prioritize your work and attention? During development, before you even have players, you need to spend time and energy on features that will let you deploy quick game tuning changes without full and expensive title updates. These hotfix systems could literally save your game's
Yep,
life.
they have hot
Once
fixes,
your
so we
game
don't have to
is
worry
out,
about that.
Stay alert for mega frustrators. Things in the
It's
game
9
that
week
are
cycle,
so
yeah.
far out of bounds that players won't tolerate them until your next
Yeah,
major
but there's still hot fixes and
Use your
stuff.
hotfix system and nuke these from orbit. There's a lot of competition for players' attention, so don't give them an excuse to quit and play something else. Early on in Rumbleverse, players discovered a bug when double bouncing using a stop sign weapon that allowed them to safely drop a city block-sized instant kill
We had this
damage
at
zone with 0 counterplay. Our next patch was 5 weeks away, and our user base would have shrunk to near nothing in mere days if we had been unable to fix this issue. Thanks to our hotfix system, we were able to get a fix deployed to players in a few days instead of the 5 weeks it would have taken.
This is the Elvira and what is it? Candlestick change. It's literally that in E7. If they had to wait the full 8-week patch cycle to patch out Elvira, stalling it for 30 minutes, game would have died.
If we had to wait for our next major patch, ensuring that most of the frustrated players retained. Nailing this built trust between us and the players, so that if something like that ever happened again, they'd help calm each other down, knowing that
You guys remember CZN at launch? All the hot fixes, all the free rewards and stuff given out builds community trust. That's why like devs listen.
we'd likely fix it quickly. There are, of course, some common mistakes to avoid when tuning. You should avoid focusing on individual character versus character or team comp versus team comp matchup tuning. Conceptually, these things are big buckets of variables, and it's way too easy to get lost and cause
Don't focus on matchups. This is why I'm pissed about the elasticity thing in CZN, because they're like, how can we make it so that X boss doesn't lose to Serenial? So they balance the game around Serenial, and it makes it so that everyone's favorite characters as a result have to suffer.
expected knockdown effects in other areas of your game if you take on something so broad. You should instead spend time on much smaller and clearer details, which I'll discuss in this section. You also need to avoid overreacting or reacting too quickly if the severity of the issue isn't high. Judge severity by the level of frustration it seems to be.
Yeah, exactly. Maitland is actually potential woman. Like, I got crucified by the CZN community for putting Maitland in like mid tier in my selector, because I was like, yeah, she's like fine. Like, she can do all this broken shit, yeah, but like, it's kind of one note, and it's not really, you know, everyone's vibe, and sometimes it just doesn't work out because the devs bake in a mechanic that says, hey, Maitland sucks here.
Validate it yourself by playing against it and see how pissed off you get. So after all that, what exactly is my method? First, I start by thinking about the big picture of risk versus reward across the entire game. So many tuning decisions can be more smartly made if you're able to correctly assess both the risk and reward of common actions in the game. Any new character or move you put in the game has to match this framework that you've conceptualized. Let's see some basic examples of risk versus reward and assess them. Think about headshots in shooters. If you aim for the body and you miss left or right, you hit the arms. If you miss low, you hit the legs. If you miss high, you might get a headshot. Your risk of missing when aiming for the body is at its lowest, and the reward is usually standard damage. If you aim for the head and you miss low, you hit the body and you get standard damage. But if you miss left, right, or high, you don't hit the target at all and deal no damage. The reward for a headshot is vastly increased damage output if you can
This
land.
is why headshots
As a
deal more
system,
damage.
The risk reward of headshots makes logical and practical sense. This is a good example of an extremely common and effective risk reward system that breeds thoughtful play, as both aiming for the body or head are effective, but carry different levels of risk and reward that change as you switch weapons, distances, fight targets that move at different speeds, or even increase your own skill level. Now let's look
Yeah, because if shooters didn't have headshot damage, everyone would just aim body all the time, because it's the most consistent thing, which takes away the depth and skill of the game.
a risk-reward problem. Take, for example, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. If you
Love
use
this game.
Magneto's heavy attack, which is slower and harder to land to start your combo damage will be high enough to kill even the sturdiest characters in the game. However, if you start your combo with a quick light attack that comes out fast and hits low, and it's one of the easiest moves in the game to land, your combo damage will still be high enough to kill even the sturdiest characters in the game. The lower and higher risk options both have the same reward, So in this case, skilled players will almost unanimously gravitate towards using low-risk attacks since the outcome is the same no matter what. Let's compare that to another game's take on this.
This is our evil Ryu example from earlier for those guy on YouTube chat.
Scales the combo's damage and hit stun duration more harshly. Using a slower slash or heavy slash attack gives you the highest damage combo starters and lets you combo more generously. The lower risk option here has a lower reward. This gives players a reason to use more of their options in various situations.
Yeah, see, this is one of the issues I have with like CZN, right? Is like, go over here. So when I look at this card, right? Sword Rain, the third one, right? It is a 3 cost versus a 1 cost version of Sword Rain. It ends my turn, right? And then it also it exhausts itself after use, so it's a one and done deal. And it also gets rid of my Effulgent Release, which is my best damage card in my deck. So you're asking me to do all that, and all I get is 630% AoE damage. Bro, like, I'm sorry. I'm just going to take the Sword Rain every time. Like, the risk reward is just not good here. Like, I know that the people have made good decks for this, but in my head, when I look at this, I'm like, I don't think that the perception is that the risk reward is not worth it. I'm fairly confident for this. I could get 2 Sword Rains, right? So I could get basically 200% here. And then I could also get, so I'll get 400% from 2 copies of those. And then I also get this 882 for 0. So like, it's just, it never feels like it's worth it for me to go for this. The risk reward is just so bad on it. And that's the thing I think I need them to understand is like, for example, when you look at this card, the risk reward on all of these is just like massively off on this card. Right? The move one just is there 4 out of the 5 of them are free, and this one lets me just go sicko mode. And it's like, okay, so how do any of these match up to it? And I think that's one of the things I think I would like them to do is go back over the lesser used epiphanies. And they have been doing it, but they need to not be like this is one of the issues with Yuki's cards, right? Like if you look at Flash Slash, right? A lot of these are just number tweaks when they balance it. It's just a lot of number tweaks. Like only this one is really different. Right? Only this card is actually different. The rest of these are all just variations of the same thing. So people are just going to always gravitate towards the lowest risk, high reward option every single time on Flash Slash. When instead what they should do is they should come up with different, more unique effects.
Rather than falling back to the easy and quick ones. The next thing to look out for when hunting risk-reward problems is unjustified inconsistency. Let's check out Killer Instinct. In KI, every character has a 5-frame quick attack, but not every character has the same range or properties on their quickest attack. Not all of them get the same level of reward. Is this a problem? If the designers made these choices randomly, it might very well be. But if you deliberately design weaknesses into the character kits to compensate for their more extreme strengths, which is usually where their identity and fun lie, it could be perfectly okay to have a character whose quickest attack has poor range.
That's one of the reasons, yeah, you nailed it, Lucio. You 100% nailed it. It's one of the reasons why 9 is a good character. Because 9 is satisfying to play, easy to pick up, and you could immediately tell from just the hue card that you have a bunch of different play style decisions. Like 9 is one of the best designed characters on the roster for that reason. Like the character looks cool, you know, the character's hot, the character is easy to use, has great reward, and it has a bunch of different play styles that appeal to a ton of different players, right? Now, if you look at like, you know, Lucas, right? He has this, like, he's got a lot of moving parts. He's not as intuitive to get a lot of success with. And he's a dude, which means that inherently most gacha players will be like, nah, I can't be bothered. Right? It's why Cassius is like hardly played despite the fact that he's one of the best characters in the game. Because he's just not as appealing. Not that that's a problem, but like for some players, it's just not that
one
appealing.
That can't be rapid fire canceled, or one that can only successfully combo into one specific unsafe opener special move. Context is everything. Equality will flatline the playstyles. Risk reward should make sense within each character, but also across all characters.
Yeah.
Consider the characters Saberwolf.
This is what we were just talking about earlier, guys. Like, the risk reward for what you get out of Yuki versus 9 is wrong. It's like, it's skewed. So it feels rough.
As the player has way more mistakes they could conceivably make in a match, and their options may be much more difficult to optimize. In a game tuned for flatness, perhaps Saberwolf and Arya should have a similar potential at top levels of play. But when balancing for harmony, we must acknowledge that Arya's high difficulty means she should have a higher number of top-level advantages than other characters. Her higher risk should be justified by a higher potential reward.
That's why, like,
that character could match her potential.
This is why Kayron, I think, is like, despite the fact that people say he needs buffs, like, I still think he's a good character because he is cumbersome and takes time to learn. But when you get him set up, he gets to do like 500,000 damage in an attack.
Almost no one would invest time into the character. Imbalance can absolutely ruin a game. Or
Yun.
imbalance can create fun.
I forgot Yun.
How? If each character's moves are not built equally, there's an imbalance in their strengths and weaknesses. Without the imbalance of high risk, high reward
Biblish jump
characters
scare,
alongside low risk, low reward characters, player identity gets stifled.
If you play Street Fighter 2, you know how messed up Yun is.
So long as risk reward values across your game make sense together, player identities will shine through and create variety and reduce repetitive play patterns. For instance, low or no risk tactics that have high rewards, such as safe jumps in fighting games, can be simultaneously boring for the attacker and very frustrating for the defender.
Yup.
Try to use this line of thinking to identify out.
The vortex, bro, and SF4 like ruined the game. Option selects and vortex ruined that game. It optimized all the fun out of it.
Be purposeful with your design. Build in deliberate strengths and weaknesses, and commit to them. This is not
Get Agent. Yeah.
The developer responsible.
Get Agent is just frustrating to play against also.
Vision, a clear understanding of their target audience, and the ability to step back and try to feel all of this from a distance and see the big picture. The next thing you need to stay on top of is frustration. The opposite of frustration is fun, and so these exist on a single scale together. Some frustration is okay, and it can even be good for your game, so long as frustration doesn't overtake fun for your target audience. Imagine leaving off building
I'm sorry, Joe, throw you under the bus.
Versus one without. The game without fall damage is definitely less frustrating, but it also lacks the adrenaline rush of attempting the leap and finding a way to land safely despite the danger. Neither of these approaches are wrong. It's just that each better suits a different audience. When an individual's frustration outweighs their fun, they quit. In a single player game, this part's really easy. In Zelda Breath of
This is why, for those of you guys who are watching for E7, you're like, hey, why didn't he play RTA this season? Or why did he throw in the towel? It's because my frustration started to outweigh my fun. I started to sit there and think, like, I could do that, or I could go to the movies with my friends, or, you know, I could go play Magic the Gathering with some of my buddies, or, you know, we could go out and sing karaoke on a Friday night. And it's just like that stuff just became more appealing because I was just frustrated at the design decisions.
Wild. The fun is in exploring and traversing this massive, handcrafted world, solving puzzles, getting into battles. And then you have to interact with the very frustrating menus to cook food and manage your inventory, and then all of your weapons.
This is, by the way, this is exactly why I don't play Star Savior anymore. It's 100% why I don't play Star Savior anymore. Because I liked the story, I liked the characters, I liked the core gameplay loop. The menus are so frustrating, and the pacing of the game got so frustrating that I just got bored. I just wasn't having fun anymore. So I just was like, I think I'm good. What did I think of the new Stellar Blade game? Day one buy, day one stream. I would probably play the game. We're gonna play the hell out of the game on stream. So far, our games to play on stream for the next year are all the FF7 remake games, the new Stellar Blade, and then Wolverine. Like, I'm promising you, we're playing all of those on stream.
Some parts of the game are fun, and some parts are frustrating. They pull on each other within me to help me decide if I should keep playing or quit. So let's explain the fun-frustration scale a bit better. It weighs my own personal fun versus my own personal frustration. This scale represents me, not the game itself.
Yep.
This scale is not about truth, it's about my relationship with the game. If the fun side weighs more,
What are these non-freedom units? Because they're kilograms.
Personal enjoyment from exploration, puzzles, and combat on the left side. The fun side of the scale is heavier now, and so it moves down. Fun weighs more. And now I'll place weights that represent my own personal frustration from having to cook or navigate
We speak
menus,
America around
or my
here.
weapons break. Maybe the weight of your personal
Yeah, see-
frustration from, say, weapons breaking is less than mine.
Yeah.
And that would be reflected on your own
Weapon breaks
personal
annoy
emotional
me.
scale. As you can see, the total weight of my fun in Breath of the Wild is heavier than the total
I'm
weight of
on my way to
frustration.
try to get the platinum trophy for
To make
Celebrate
the
right
cooking
now.
interface a little better, the weight
I'm
of my
going
total
back to it after like a
frustration
year to
lowers,
try
but the
to
weight of
pick
my
it,
fun
finish it
doesn't
up.
Increase because
I'm very
improving the
close.
cooking interface
I need to beat the game
doesn't
2 more
improve
times
the
and then I'm done.
exploration.
But
Even
I
though
could
it
just
does
basically
improve
blitz
my
through 'em.
overall relationship with the game. Remember, the lower side of the scale is the one that's winning out. Even in competitive games, some frustration is totally
Bro, like, how many of you guys played Strive at launch? Dude, it quite literally took about 75 to 90 seconds to turn the game on. Like, if Guilty Gear crashed, I was done. Like, if the game crashed, I wasn't playing it again for that day. Because the thing is, I couldn't be asked to spend 90 seconds to open the app. Like, it would take like 30 to 60 seconds to launch from the Steam client, and then I had to wait for this attention communicating with server for 90 seconds. It was literally if the game crashed, 2 minutes of your life wasted. Every time. So every day I would just waste 2 minutes playing Guilty Gear, and I was like, yeah, I'm good. Like that, plus the fact that my main character wasn't available at launch basically made me not want to try it.
totally unrelated to gameplay aspects of the product. Like if it takes you 3 minutes to simply log into the game and another 8 minutes to find a match.
Yep.
But on the gameplay side of competitive games, this concept is a series of landmines, because it is extremely common that one player's fun is exactly the other player's frustration.
Turn 2 versus Cleave.
The more fun you let a player have, the more frustrated their opponent on the receiving end of that fun is likely to be.
Yeah, this is the thing that Loki has not realized when we talk. Whenever I have a conversation with him or Boyle in the chat, I know you're still there, Boyle. This is the thing that you don't seem to understand, is that you playing Cleave is fun. The person being cleaved is frustrated as hell.
I think we all understand that players quit because frustration overtakes fun. And this obviously happens when the weight of the frustration side of the scale gets heavier. But it can also happen if the weight of the fun side gets lighter. If I make something less frustrating for the victim, it may reduce fun for the attacker. It's very often zero-sum. In this example, this individual's frustration about being hit wasn't very high in the first place.
Yeah, so when they
It
make
didn't
Cleave
change when
bad,
combos got shorter.
then the game is
Because they
stale.
enjoyed doing long
'Cause there's no
combos so
tension from
much,
trying to
the weight of the
survive
fun
it.
dropped, suddenly causing frustration to outweigh the fun for them. This change may have drastically reduced the frustration for another player and improved their personal scale.
But that's what
while
he's trying to
causing
talk
this
about. What
particular
game
player
balance
to feel
isn't
sick.
real, but
In the
tuning
gameplay
it
of competitive
to make
games, you
it
generally
harmonious,
can't make things
where
universally better for everyone.
a variety
There
of
will
stuff
almost always be a
feels
give and take.
fun and
Because of
good
this, you need
is
to
the goal.
communicate heavily with and keep an eye on your community to see frustration trends appearing. And you need to move quickly to test against them to see how valid you believe they are. Some frustrations can be
Exactly.
healthy for a game.
Like right now,
Remember,
exactly. See, Black Sage pointed out that it's like dive players and hero shooters. They're having fun, but no one else is. Yeah, when dive is good, people are pissed. Like right now, I don't play Marvel Rivals, but right now I'm pretty sure Black Cat's the best character in the game, and people hate it. Black Cat players have fun, but they literally make it so that no one else can play the game because they just destroy the person like instantaneously.
this is an ecosystem. High highs are rarely possible without low lows.
Yep.
What you need to look out for are mega frustrators, things that are so annoying to deal with that no matter how fair their risk-reward values may seem, that they have to be tuned or you're
Harsetti, Harsetti.
tuning decisions around risk and reward with top-level play in mind. We do this because factually, mid and lower-level players are not able to observe the whole of the known game yet and are extremely unlikely to notice the risk-reward tuning that we do. But when tuning against frustration, we need to consider all levels of play. In Killer Instinct, Gargos has a Portal Punch move, a tracking projectile that can start a ranged combo.
Yep.
This move was easier to deal with at higher levels of play. Its risk-reward values mostly made sense, it had counterplay, and it fit the character's kit really well. But at mid to low levels of play, this move became a mega frustrator. The answers to it, while available and plentiful, were not apparent enough at those levels of play, and the move was causing a number of players to threaten to quit.
Feels like Setsuka to me. Feels like Setsuka to me.
The line for that level of play. As a result, we adjusted the move quite a few times.
Like Setsuka has like an okay win rate.
Much less frustrating.
But people fucking hate that character, especially at low level.
If a player feels like their opponent can beat them with just one brain dead tactic, which they'll often call spam, they'll frustrate out of the game. Importantly, there is a limit.
That's why dodge is such a shit mechanic. No offense, the SG.
Point, we had to let the community.
But it's just when it's good, it's just frustrating.
That if they were struggling to deal with this version of the move, they'd need to practice. Our goal isn't to solve.
She didn't last season. Now I believe she does, right? I remember Higa saying that it wasn't worth picking her.
Overcome their frustrations.
But that was, to be fair, like 6 weeks ago, 6 to 8 weeks ago.
They believe in you. They will invest effort on their side more readily to overcome challenges and minor frustrations, meeting you in the middle.
Dyna's too impressive. Dyna band. Dyna is still there.
Asking players to learn or practice is a part of the bargain. Speaking of brain dead stuff, we need to prevent people from getting bored. On a moment-to-moment level, this makes thoughtless gameplay our enemy. You're spending a lot of time not making meaningful decisions. Even if the base actions feel great and have great feedback, you'll eventually get bored.
Yeah, this is why, as much as I loved Conqueror Lilius meta in E7, it was pretty brain dead. You kind of, it didn't matter what came out. It was just, yeah, cool. We just jammed Conqueror.
Engagement is the result of making a decision and then seeing the rewarding or punishing results of that decision. Remember our Rumbleverse stop sign nuke example? This technique was extremely frustrating to get hit by, but was super fun and funny to do to people at first. But once you mastered the movement needed to do it, which to be honest wasn't very hard at all, it became a thoughtless way to play. You'd land in the world, find a stop sign, nuke a city block, repeat. Brain off. So even the people.
This is, by the way, also why I don't like Nodos as a character, because whether Nodos' win rate is like really good, maybe he's not as good as we all thought he was, but he's still very good. But most people ban him because, bro, he literally is just thoughtless gameplay. You press the button, behold the might of a god. S2, kill a guy. S1, kill a guy. S2. Kill a guy. What's the counterplay? Oh, just wait it out. Like, I'm sorry. I just don't want to sit there for 5 minutes and be like, yeah, I got to rely on dodge and revivers to weather this guy out. And then maybe I can play my video game.
Using and abusing the technique.
It's just not fun.
Disengagement.
It's literally not fun.
Degenerate play pattern the stop sign nuke represented. Long combos or block strings in fighting games with zero or infrequent defensive mechanics can also cause a lot of disengagement. Players across many genres do not respond well to losing control of their character. In fighting games, you lose control of your character every time you get
gotta
hit.
fly.
My own small-scale studies show players starting to disengage and have frustration spikes on average between the 6 and 8 second marks of losing control of their character. Obviously, some individuals, especially in the FGC, have an extreme tolerance to this and can routinely sit through repetitive 40-second long combos on the receiving end. But this, in my experience, is not a critical mass of people.
Try to fight those with clean accurate pot. Yeah, it's just not fun.
Long combos. I'm just suggesting that you need to understand the kind of audience you're trying to retain. And if the long combos do exist, find ways to make them more varied and or less.
That's why Killer Instinct is so cool, because it has the combo break. It's also why I like Dead or Alive, because it makes defense fun.
Believe it or not, also likely to quit. Game balance and target audience are extremely related.
No, this video is amazing, Pom Pom.
Feelings about game balance.
That's why I wanted to show it to you all.
Most to them.
It's one of the best YouTube videos I've ever watched.
Game balance attract and repel different types of audiences, and different audiences self-select into different types of games and game balance outcomes.
Yeah.
Let's look at 3 example scales. In the first, developers worked very hard to sand off every frustration they could, regardless of how much fun had to go to achieve that. Even though the weight of the frustration side is light, so is the weight of the fun side of the scale. This can result in even very minor frustrations feeling oversized, and make spending time with the game feel not worth it because the fun it delivers is sterile or bland.
Yep.
Players of this game have less reasons to quit, yes, but they also have less reasons to play. In the second scale, developers didn't really care about frustrators, so this theoretical game has a very high frustration weight, but it also has a very high fun weight. You'll notice that the ratio of the scale is similar to the first, but the actual weight of each side matters a great deal. While the audience may be smaller in this type of game, The immense weight of the
That's Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Players who can deal with the high level of frustration, calling this a favorite game. Some players call these kinds of games kusoge, Japanese slang for shitty game. They say it lovingly and disparagingly all at once. It's fascinating.
I love watching those.
Which is probably the ideal goal for developers for most projects. Frustrations were addressed carefully in ways that, while inevitably did lower the weight of the fun side a bit, didn't overdo it. This scale is indeed the healthiest of the three examples, as the weight of the fun is still high, and it vastly outweighs.
This is where I think CZN is right now. The fun is really high, and the frustration is really low. Like, there's still some frustrations. Like, maybe Yuki's not that great, Tress is not that great, Keiron feels like he needs something, right? But overall, I think everybody's we're kind of chilling, right? We're having a good time.
That's why it's so important.
Yeah, Swordy is really fun. And Swordy doesn't really care what you play. You can just play whatever you want and have fun.
As you tune your competitive game, you need to keep your target audience in mind. I highly suggest using Quantic Foundry's data on player motivation to help segment your audience into buckets.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't like is deck building resources are time gated very strangely.
Will try your game.
I think that they value the duplicate card item way too much in CZN.
Member on the left is happy, but our player from outside the core group on the right is having less fun because this isn't their usual kind of game, and their unfamiliarity adds even more frustration. If the weight of their frustration is so high that reducing some of it still leaves their frustration outweighing their fun, the game just isn't
deck
for
builders
them.
in general are long.
If you insist on trying to reduce the weight of their frustration, you may be cutting away at the fun of your core audience, which could also result in some of
like Slay the Spire still takes like an hour a game.
In this example, we made changes that made the game less frustrating for people outside the core audience by changing things in the game that were not frustrating at all to the core users. The result of that was a loss of fun for the core players. We failed to make enough of a dent to
see, this is the thing. This is exactly, you can't make everybody happy. This is what we're talking about with nerfs, right? It's like your core audience, like some of the core audience wants it, some of the non-core doesn't want it. And by appealing to like the non-core audience, you've made the game worse for the core audience.
Retain people outside the core
group. You can't make everybody happy. So like you had to kind of choose. Usually you want to prioritize the core audience.
And now we've put a...
This, by the way, is why Brown Dust 2 and like Snowbreak, well, maybe not Snowbreak now, but Brown Dust 2, we full send. Because that's what the core audience wanted.
Portion of our core audience at risk of quitting too. Not every edge needs softening. If you're lucky enough to make a game that lasts for quite a long time, you may also encounter players who, despite loving your game and thinking that it's relatively well-tuned, are becoming bored from repetition. At this time, you'll have to weigh the reward of doing some kind of tuning shakeup to get people re-engaged, against the risk of that action frustrating a vocal and influential part of your community. The Street Fighter 6 community is going through this right now as of filming in early 2026. Many in the community feel the game is well-tuned, but still want a big shakeup anyway because they are becoming bored. Matches are lacking in surprise or discovery, and the feeling of I've seen it all is hurting their experience. And finally, we get back to play pattern optimization. Optimization is the enemy. I'm not talking about software performance here. Optimization is the enemy. This is the thing that I think that the devs for CZN need to learn right now, or at least we need to improve upon. Talking about players optimizing their gameplay choices to minimize risk and maximize reward. Optimal combos, option selects, unbreachable map positioning, etc. You need to make a game where the right answers are much more obscured, or better yet, much more plentiful. You want a game where surprise and discovery can continue for as long as possible post-launch. For instance, like, so to give you the example of what he's talking about in like this, right? So there will, like, if you look at a character like Narja, right? Like sometimes for like Bottomless Hunger, it's like, okay, we have like a generic one like this that's like decent, but then there are times where I want this version of the card. Right, so it's like this is generically good, but this is for like a defense-based Vanguard Bruiser team, right? And so there's thoughtful decisions about certain cards, right? Same thing here with like Domain of Veracity. Like I've got one for healing, I've got one for my defense-based team, I've got one to help my Ravage team, right? So I've got decent choices here, but then like if you go to Rin, and I go to Destruction here, there is no thoughtful decision here. It's just this, because everyone's optimized the character to be just this. And that's why I think that Rin needs like some kind of rework.
because like you can keep her original playstyle intact, but the core gameplay loop is just destruction, right? Destruction, black dance, destruction, black dance, destruction, black dance, destruction, black dance. And it's like, we've optimized the character to just be destruction, black dance, maybe destruction into annihilation. But there's not really like anything else to do. Like, there's no meaningful decision for me to ever choose like anything other than this card. Like, there's 4 options that are basically just not worth it. Right? There's not. And so we've gotten to the point where we've optimized it. Same thing with like, where is it? Where is she? Veronica, right? Like, in theory, these are all really cool. 5 different ballistas for playstyles. In reality, it's literally just like, oh, cool. This is the single target ballista. This is the AoE ballista. And these other ones just don't matter. Right? And just the character in general, the idea of having a character that is like all about playing skills to reload to get damage for different kinds of damage types is cool. In reality, everyone has just optimized this character to literally just be this card with a Divine Epiphany. Like, so I would like to see a shake-up so characters are not just optimized to be the one thing. Right? I would very much like to see that. See, another example to prove my point. This character has quite literally just become this card. Like, Beryl is literally this version of the card, right? And then one of these. That's the character. And it's like, cool, none of these versions matter. None of these versions matter, right? And maybe you'll play one of these, but otherwise, no, it doesn't matter. Like, the basics don't matter. Like, your deck is like quite literally this, right? And if it's not this, it's like this, right? Like your whole deck is just a bunch of opening found upgrades. And they don't have to necessarily, like, they could tune it down a little bit, but like, I don't want them to destroy that playstyle because there's going to be people who like that playstyle, but I need them to come up with something different to make it so that there's meaningful decisions to be made. Do you think the constraints they put on save data, max was a point that made the opposition shit better or worse? Probably worse. I think it's probably worse. Right? If you can look to Sortie to see that exactly. Sortie doesn't have point restrictions, so people get to build stupid broken decks with all kinds of creativity. But because you are restricted because of the point system, people have just optimized it to what's the best thing I can build in 180 points. I don't have a solution on how to fix it. I'm just saying, pointing out that that's obviously an issue.
Versus Capcom 3's fast-paced, neutral, and rapid decision-making is one of the best parts of the game and has lots of surprises and memorable moments, even 15 years later.
Yep, that's why I love watching Marvel.
Virtually any attack, it becomes very clear what I should do. I should perform my very long combo with little to no reason for variation and kill your character. This optimal play gives me maximal reward with minimum decision making, so long as I can execute, and takes up a large portion of the time spent playing during any match.
Yep.
During the combo, a skilled attacker is only engaged at the start as they try to stabilize.
Again, this is why DOA is probably my favorite fighting like franchise to play, because the defender is always in it,
or a reset is attempted. But focusing for that long without meaningful decisions to make is exhausting.
Sortie.
It also results in disengagement and frustration.
Level 61 is unlocked via Sortie.
Obscuring optimal combos quite a bit better than Marvel vs. Capcom 3. When you score a hit, the starter you used can matter a lot more. You need to look at screen position, your drive meter, your opponent's drive meter, your health, your opponent's health, what round it is, your own super meter conditions to make sure you can decide how to best optimize what combo to do, how much resources to spend. This game is much harder to optimize, but ultimately it can be done. Top level play in Street Fighter 6 after a while has virtually every player using the same combos in similar situations.
Yep.
Once those players are fluent enough in the game to know the optimal answer.
Yeah, this is again just CZN, like every Rin deck we've gotten good. When the game first came out, it wasn't obvious. Like if you look at my Renoa guide from that I made when the game was only like a week old versus like what I know now, it probably would look different because like I have kind of optimize the shit out of the character. I know what the good things are to take now.
In each situation. Though you do see some player expression variation, with some high-risk players spending more drive meter to burn themselves out on purpose more frequently, while others are more conservative with their gauge if the combo isn't going to kill or checkmate. Street Fighter 6 makes the right answers more plentiful, more diverse in risk-reward values, and they take longer for players to optimize because there are so many variables.
Yep.
Ideally, you want to make a game where, instead of the right answers being difficult but ultimately possible to optimize, players are presented with a variety of correct answers, each representing their own risk-reward value.
This is what I want them to do with a character like a Yuki, or like change Rin into being. I want characters where there are lots of meaningful or interesting decisions to be had.
So instead of a community working together to solve the game like a puzzle,
no, I recognize that that's really difficult to do.
Players will instead focus on making the choices that best fit their
But again, use our example with 9. I want more things like 9.
Variety.
Less
Imagine a series
number
of
tweaks.
possible combos, all starting from the same hit confirm. Each does more damage than the last, but is also harder to execute than the last. This may seem like a proper setup for risk and reward, and it isn't a bad way to start, but at top levels of play where execution starts to become irrelevant, what you'll get is a push towards optimization and conformity instead of expression and variety. Trying to create a system in which different combo routes give expressly different outcomes.
Yeah.
And
this is why, by the way, for this card, now granted, I haven't tested it since it came out, but this version right here of Annihilation, by doubling this damage, they have effectively given me a reason to consider this in certain team comps when I previously would never have considered it. But like the rest of it is still exactly the same as it was. And that's why I worry that what they're going to do at Yuki in a week when they come up with like balance decisions. I would be really upset if like we just did, here's Flash Slash, and we took all these numbers and we bumped them 20%. Because I'd be like, that doesn't fix the problem. You're just making the number go up. Like the problem is still there. It's just when the problem, you know, when I get a good hand, the problem feels less problematic. Like I'll be so pissed if it's just here's a bunch of number tweaks. So
our own advantages and disadvantages beyond executional requirements will ensure
I've heard enough buff Yuki's damage again.
Variety isn't just in character or weapon selection. It's also found within the playstyles of the people who use the same characters or weapons. If your game
it is a mechanical problem.
Harmony is not about making it hard for players to find the right answer. It's about...
So notice how he changed it here. So it's not just, you know, okay, this is the hard one that does the most damage. This is the easy one that does the most damage. Look at this now. So now it's less damage, but it gives you more resources, but I don't get any pressure on my opponent. This one has the ability to reset and go for riskier plays. And then this one has to use up all of your resources to make it happen.
Giving them many right answers and letting each player lean towards...
So now it's like, now you choose which one do you need. That's what makes Swordy interesting, is because it's like, the randomness of it gives you the reward of feeling like you can kind of pick and choose the risk and reward of, oh, well, this one, like we had the Swordy earlier where it was like, well, should I turn it into a common card? Do I want the extra damage? Would I prefer that it shuffles back into my deck so I see it more often? And so it becomes a, do I want to chase damage? Do I want to chase, you know, higher frequency? Things like that.
Favorites.
Do I want to build around
design? All things should be done with intent. If someone asks me why I made a recent design decision and my answer is, I don't know, then I messed up.
Yep.
I may be forced to make a suboptimal decision from time to time due to various circumstances beyond my control, but I should still be able to clearly express why the decision was made. And you need to work very hard to make sure your players know that you move with intent. This means your patch notes need to communicate both what you're doing and why you're doing it. You need clear, detailed, thorough notes or videos that include reasons why your team chose these changes. Even if...
Yeah. So they do, yeah. I remember when I watched somebody's reaction to this the first time, they were like, what if they just say like new patches out and then they just don't list or detail anything? People would go nuts, bro. Cause they would just be like, what changed? They would try to figure out everything. This is what happened with Smash Brothers back in the Smash 4 era, because Nintendo wouldn't put any patch notes out. And people would be like, no, you don't understand. Mario's forward smash does more damage. I know, I could feel it, bro. And it's like, no, that's not That's how that works. But I do wish that like SG would give better notes, because some of the patch notes, like you saw, they were like, we want to make Tenebria have a broader use case, be more widely usable in different gameplay modes. Cool. Which ones were the target? Did you want to make them better in Expedition, Abyss, Arena, Guild Wars, World Arena, right? Hunts? What was it? Like, please explain to me what is the rationale for the change. Please stop giving me these generic patch notes that's just like, yeah, so we noticed that Vanguards weren't really that good, so here's some number tweaks. Well, why weren't they good? They had low play rate. Why? Why do you feel that was? Why did you make the changes you made?
Players disagree with your reasoning. They should.
It was Max that said that, yeah.
If they can see intent, trust will build, and it will often keep them from labeling you as someone blindly throwing darts to choose balance adjustments.
Yes.
I originally
wrote, like if you had told me that the army changes were to try to curb playstyles that are playing with Perfume or Biblis, I'd be like, yeah, I could see it.
A version of this talk that you're watching now back in 2019. And in the time between then and now, I'm very happy to report that developers across all the games that I play and watch have improved drastically in the area of patch notes. Keep it up, thank you. As you tune, you will make mistakes. However, a community that has trust and confidence in you will tolerate those mistakes with lower...
This is the difference between the CZN community with their devs versus E7 and their devs right now. Because I often feel like E7 players have no trust in the dev team. But like, they've been... The goodwill earned in CZN buys them so much time that if they make a mistake, everyone's like, it's fine. I think the only like... The fact that we're talking about Yuki so much is like Yuki feels like the only sour spot in the community right now.
Levels of frustration, and will generally perceive the state of the game's
it is already brass
because
this stream all, it will become a VOD automatically once it ends.
Vibes that you have a heavy hand in establishing and influencing. Yeah. Remember, the process is not hear about the problem followed by fix the problem. The process needs to be hear about the problem, investigate, and decide if you even agree it's a real problem. Use everything you've learned to find a solution to the problem that weighs all of the other problems that need solving, and how that solve might hurt or destabilize other parts of the game and the audience. And then communicate with your players. So, to wrap this
communication,
up,
please,
a balanced roster is
at least for E7.
Every character has an equal shot at winning, but it's one where there's a little something for every type of player within your core audience. I once heard a player ask why developers couldn't just balance a game before it came out.
Yo, all right. This is funny, by the way. Like, could you imagine? Or like, why can't they just release a balanced game? Yeah, I want clarity like Fenris E. Correct, Tizzle. Yeah, who said I want a balanced game for? Do you understand like how insane that is to be like, yo, the game. Why wasn't CZM balanced at launch, bro? Because the devs have no idea how you're gonna play the game. The devs balance based on how they play the game. They don't know how you play the game.
And as I hope you understand by now, that would be an impossible task because the audience, who will eventually decide what balance even means to them, haven't even touched the game yet. Tuning for harmony is my personal method of game tuning. It served me well across KI and Rumbleverse, and I hope you learned a lot about the goals and hazards of game tuning from this talk. If you're in charge of tuning a competitive game, you should do what works for you and your community. If you really believe in tuning for flatness or whatever method you use, and it's working for your team, and you're achieving your goals, that's rad. Keep doing that. If you want to try some or all of my methods, that's cool too. I'll make
Follow this guy, by the way. This guy's a genius.
This kind of work if people want that. Just hit me up on Blue Sky or wherever and we can work something out. Whatever your personal takeaways are, remember that game balance isn't real. It's not a hard, objective thing that we can measure and take scientific actions to fix. In reality, it's just a person's fully subjective perception. And not only that, our views can change on it, even by the day, and even when the game itself hasn't been adjusted at all. Instead of fixating so strongly on something so impossible to pin down, I believe designers should focus on much more important things when tuning a game. Those things are communicating clearly with your audience, minimizing their frustrations quickly and thoughtfully, and keeping them engaged with lots of interesting decisions to make. And
letting him do his outro
each time they play. And most of all, as a dev, tuning a game or a player reacting to patch notes, don't panic. If you made it to the end of the video,
don't panic, bro. Don't panic. This is why I get like people who like freak out over patch notes. I'm like, stop! You haven't even played it yet.
video. I hope this gets your brain flowing and makes discourse around game tuning a little stronger overall. And maybe as a bonus, it encourages gamers to give the devs who do game tuning a little more grace.
Yeah. This is why
I say on this topic.
This is why I always give SG the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, no, that's basically it for it. But yeah, if you guys haven't, go check out Keits. I linked it down in the VOD's description. So yeah, hopefully that explains it. But yeah, that video is just straight up like amazing. And I really wanted to talk about it at length on stream at some point, because I was like, damn, dude, like what an insane video, because there's so many overlaps and parallels, and like I'm wondering if the community even realizes it. So why don't they start the beta testing longer before? That's what early access is for a lot of companies, and like honestly, like that's a good way to do it. But the thing is, you have deadlines. The reason why the beta was probably not longer for something like CZN is because they just didn't have the ability to do it. Like they just, it's like, okay, the game's got to go out. We need to make the money back or we're all fired. Question then, how can inspiration be balanced? So the problem with inspiration is that like when you draw the risk reward is like the reward for uninspired cards is just bad. It just feels bad, right? Like it should be like the inspiration card should feel good to play and then feel extra good when you proc it, and they just don't right now. That's the problem. Like inspired cards like just don't feel good to play when uninspired. Like you often just want to just not play them. Like if you paid attention in the last sortie run before the reaction, whenever I didn't have inspiration, I just chose not to play the cards. The cards are just not worth playing. So they need to make it so that the cards are worth playing. But if they just do it via number tweaks to make the uninspired cards actually worth playing, then that's going to cause ripple effects in the game, because the only way for them to feel quote unquote good uninspired is if they're like best in class. They're like low risk, high reward cards. I want that so badly, Pon. Trust me. I would love for them to have a test server. All right, we're gonna try to play for the prismatic fate. Yeah, we're going for the Owen. Yeah, after last time, we gotta go for the Owen. Do I want the 9? Might want the 9. I'm leaning towards the 9. It's the 9. Sorry, I'm gonna get the ironclad like right off the rip. It's fine. Like they're just like, but you don't have a healer. No. Okay. Nah. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Oh baby! I want the consecutive attack. Like it's just objectively correct to take the fighting spirit, but man, I want the consecutive attack. I want the consecutive. It's so fun. This card is so fun. You know what? I'm gonna take the fighting spirit because I took this last time. All right, chat. Consecutive attack or fighting spirit? While I do that, I'm gonna update the stream information so that people know we're done with that. F fighting spirit? Fine, I'll take the consecutive attack. Yeah, we gotta spark the epiphany. Clearly on Hugh. Ironclad, please. Ironclad is not there. That's really bad for us. Alright, Massacre it is. We don't have a healer. We can't skip that, so we're just stuck with it. Damn, dude, such difficult decisions. Spores is not a real thing. Spores is not a real drawback in my eyes, so. Upgrade. Yeah, free upgrade on Owen feels kind of nice. Problem is we don't have any healing, so this might be a little bit. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. We might get there. Okay. As long as the enemy is dead, healing is not needed. True. The sustain is just kill. Increase the health. When the two or two use one stockpile, sure. Gale Strike? Yo, second Gale Strike? I feel like second Gale Strike is kind of not it. I'm just gonna take it though. My god, bro. This has become a 9-run. Bro! Yo, look at that middle one. Yo, look at that middle one though. The attunement's also nuts though. I think is it the left one? Is it boss battle? Yeah. Low key, this card is trash, but it's funny. It's funny. Like Sale's over here trying to use logic. I'm like, bro, but it's funny. Like, I don't know why you're upset, dude. It's funny. I kind of want to get rid of this. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, the game's good. Alright. We got the level 3 massacre. I'll lose. Yo, what if I crit though? I want to crit, bro. Just let me crit. What if I crit, dude? Damn. We're not cool like that. Taking too much damage. Am I dead here? We have no blocks, so yeah, I think it's just swing. No, co-op dungeons are not out yet. Are we dead yet? Might be dead. Yeah, we might be dead. Not getting ironclad really ruined us. Wait, this card is actually good. That's a shield. We got that. At least that's a shield. Yeah. Oh, we're dead. How hilarious, we're dead. Yeah, we're still dead no matter what we play here. We're dead. Alright. I'm just gonna save the time now. I'll go, we'll come back in with Owen again. It's not Nine's fault. That's what I get for just not taking the healer. Oh yeah. But Owen's fun. Yeah, all right, look, to be fair, I took a bad card, but I just think it's funny. I think it's a funny card. All right, I think I'm taking the blessing. One legendary weapon, increased attack of all. Nah, we're taking the divine. You can't stop me. We want to play, all right. It's probably Maribel. All right, chat. Maribel or Magna? I feel like it's Maribel. Alternatively, I could re-roll Maribel and take Magna. I'm letting you guys choose because I want to see what you guys want to. Well, I want you guys to pick what we're playing here. Magna, I think reroll. Okay. Yo, but now how do you feel about Amir, Owen? How are we feeling about Amir, Owen? I mean, we're here for fun. Magna? Magna? Okay, chat wants Magna. Alright, we go. Top is double flash, so I'm going that way. Double flash is what I want. Oh, we're a little bit like slow on the Amir. Crit. Alright, we blocked the first one, counter the second one. Don't take any damage. There we go. Increase cost by 1. I don't like that. We're gonna take the frost charge. I think the best option was Serenio. Dude, this fly has been annoying the hell out of me all stream. Yo, I double crit. He only did that little damage. Yo, this character might be a bit fraud. Yo, help my boy Owen. This guy needs some damage, bro. This guy needs some damage, bro. Like, what is that? Like, come on, man. Homie crit for 400. She crit for not. She did not a crit for 1600. Like, what is that? What is that shit? Yeah, Maggie was like, little bro, chill out. I got it. These kind of both suck. I'll take the void fragment. Nah, you know what? These are all bad. I'll take the exhaust cards just in the off chance. They all suck. Yo, where's my oh my god, I fished my wish. I couldn't even get the words out of my mouth. Yo, such damage, much wow. Oh. Gold. 5-star Owen? Yeah, let's get it. Bro, he just does no damage. Where are my deeps, bro? Wind riding. I need like Mika, man, so I can get like the AP gain. Alright, show me upgrade. Easiest upgrade of my life. Alright, go here. 5-star female Owen. Damn, it's like that. Like, little bro just does no damage, dude. Got the hit. Alright. Bro, like, where's my damage, bro? Yo, why does Owen character do no damage, bro? Okay. Alright. We're all in on shields. Bro, what is this? Yo. We're all just shields. Everything is just shields, dude. Everything is shields, dude. Alright. Cross charge. Attack, fortitude. Yeah, this is the fat shield. You think Owen needs counters? He needs something. His gimmick is like extra, giving extra hit counts, but like he's like just doesn't do enough. I feel like. I think I'm actually gonna go for this.
ここで少し休憩しましょうか。
いらっしゃい。所持クレジットは十分かな。
I'll be so for real. I kind of want to get rid of the residual herb. I hate that card. I'm still gonna get rid of this instead.
ぜひぜひ。生きてたらまた会いましょうね。スピード違反。
All right.
加速さえどーんと任せて。全部私に任せてくれよ。
手伝います。
Mine crits? Okay, mine apparently does not crit. Okay, what do we got here?
あれは何かとてつもないものが。何すればいいんだ。何でも言ってくれよな。何すればいいんだ。
待機します。
何すればいいんだ。何でも言ってくれよな。何すれば私が守ってあげる。何でも言って。
準備完了です。待機します。指示を準備完了です。
何すればいいんだ。バシッと行こうよ。私の氷は硬いんだぞ。
All right.
何すればいいんだ。氷つけ。氷の壁だ。
Owen, I wish you could do something. Thank you. Oh, this is the guy that just acts instantly. So this is kind of rough for me.
指示を準備完了です。
何すればいいんだ。私が守ってあげる。氷の壁だ。
3.
何でも言ってくれよ。何すればいいんだ。私が守ってあげる。
Shield and then punch. How much counter I have? 10? That's not that much, so let's just do this. Alright, take all this damage. Okay.
待機します。風は止まりません。
Dead. Yep, I knew that was coming. Alright, so this Owen character, he might not be him. Alright. I don't think memory fragments do anything here. Right? Do memory fragments actually matter here? If they do, then maybe that's the reason we're just shooting the bed.
ありがとうございます。
He's all just like random shit. Yeah, they don't matter. Yeah, dude, I like, what is the point of Owen if he's like, he just can't do any of this stuff? What does he get as his bonus? That's it? Alright, we'll give Owen one more try.
みんなが生き残れるように。
Yeah, we need to get this boy to the end. We can do it, chat. I believe in our ability to do it. No. No. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'll hit. See? It's just that easy. Too good, man. The Rich Owen run. Yeah. I'd rather play Amir. I hate playing Khalife. Nope, it's the Mika. Let's get it. We're in there. This time we got it, guys. Yeah, we got the Mika run. We're in there this time.
触れさせません手加減はしませんよ
準備できました下がってください
All right, we get the.
吹きさめ準備完了そよ風を集めて吹きさめ
Look at that, deeps. We did it.
倒してやりましょう
Real deeps. And we get us another source of water. Ooh, we're cooking. And we spark? Alright, come on. Alright. And it's on a terrible card? Move 2 exhaust cards. No. I'll take the one that actually has the heal. Oh, it may actually be the goat. We're gonna try. I want to believe.
いつの間に
Water arrow is pretty worthless.
また来てくださいね
Alright. No, the upgrade is so bad. It's so bad, the upgrade. It's so bad.
頼ってくれてもいいですよ
I'm gonna go for the middle one, I think. I think I'm gonna go for the middle one. If I get any buffs, it might be pretty. Let's play soup before I go to bed. What are we doing?
いらっしゃい
What are we doing before bed?
じゃじゃーんお待ちどうさま新着です
Yeah, that upgrade is so bad.
じゃじゃーんお待ちどうさま新着です
Yo, I'm gonna always be at max HP. My Owen's gonna be goated.
生きてたらまた会います
You and Anya are so aft. Check Nikkei channel. That's all. No, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. No! Hold on. It's a Moran skin. No! I don't want it. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. The harmonization. Now we just remove the card. We'll get this downward cut out of here. Gotta keep my one shield. Moran is the villain? No. Alright. Bone cutter. Alright. Just play it. Have it. Not that she's attacking, but why not? Alright, we're gonna go for the elite. She's literally the... Here we go. Damage! Alright.
行きなさいポルターガイスト
準備完了
Alright. I'm gonna take that damage. Oh man, this hand is ass.
守ります準備でき下がってください次の攻撃は結
Chomp.
構強いわよ
Yo, let's go. Go, Owen!
新元気が出ましたか
Damn. I'm trying not to play too many attacks, dude, because the dude. Alright. Alright, that kills. So we want to go this,
元気が出ましたか
this,
私が守ります
this, and then we kill. There we go. Yeah, I think we're doing it now. Remanifested epiphany of one card. I'm gonna try this one. No, it's so troll, bro. It's so troll. I should have kept it. It's so troll. Yo, our card is back. Our combo is back. Bro, our combo is back. How do you stop us? Can't stop me, bro. I'm too strong. We're too strong, chat. This card is so bad. Like, what am I doing, bro? What am I fucking doing?
今日のベストチョイスですね。絶対後悔しない。綺麗。
Dude, it's so bad, but like I love it because he just goes like, it's like the animation is so funny. I'll take the schizophrenia. You can't stop me. All right, yeah, let's go. Ignition is worthless, but yeah. The APU, yeah.
準備完了
Bro, he ain't got it.
必殺め
元気が出ましたか？
Yo, we're doing
全
it.
て
元気が出ましたか？
Come on. Go for it. Hit me with the damage.
必殺め
Damn, I didn't get the bonus hit.
次の攻撃
Nah.
必殺め
Yeah, we're doing it. The Owen deck. Oh man. The free damage, the free deeps. The free deeps. All right.
いらっしゃい。所持クレジットは十分かな。素晴らしい選択。
I could have taken that, but yeah.
また来てくださいね。
The free deeps. All right. Hit me with it. Yo, increases damage just to bosses? Let's go.
いらっしゃい。
This is the stupidest deck ever. But we're gonna win.
Who said we were done here? I'm not done yet. 全力で行く。
必殺め
私が守ります。
そよ風を集めて
元気が出ましたか？流れる水
All right, chat.
止められません。準備で元気が出ましたか？
準備完了です
元気が出ましたか？
待機しますや手加減はしませんよ
次の攻撃が結構強いわね。準備で元気が出ましたか？
Dude, it's like, that's the boss killer. Dude, I'm sorry, this shit's too funny.
元気が出ましたか？元気が出ましたか？
必殺め
行きなさい。ポルターガイスト。
準備完了くらえ
I'm just gonna play these.
私が守ります。
Damn, the damage. Oh, bro, you're screwed now, bro, buddy boy.
待機し
You're not ready. The boss killer Owen, bro?
手加減はしません
You ain't got it. Boss killer Owen is the truth. They don't know, chat. Okay, why does he do no damage? Like, quite literally, why do you do no damage?
準備できました。元気が出ましたか？
Draw the card. Okay. We get the heal. The boss is so tanky, dude.
手加減はしませんよ
準備で元気が出ましたか？元気が出ましたか？
Dude, why is this card so funny, but so terrible, bro? It's so bad, but it's so funny. It's literally the funniest thing.
元気が出ましたか？
準備完了
準備私が守ります。
必殺め
I think you're supposed to just hit him with this.
何度も吹きつけてくるんです
That's what we're hoping for. I want Ray. Owen is healing the boss. Nah, bro.
元気が出ましたか？確認します。
待機します手加減はしませんよ
We got him. We got him, chat. This is the funniest thing ever, dude. All right, these are all trash. Get these out of here. Get these out of my face. Probably should have been it. How wash us 9? We won't know Ray. All right, I need the fire weakness, bro. Man needs it. Man needs it. Man is just Garbo, bro. He's just not gonna make it without the passion weakness. Duplicate a card. You already know what we're going for. we're wind slashing. We're doing it, guys. We're free AoE in. Nah, more Mika? Nah, hell with that, bro. That was boring. Alright. Yo, Tressa? Yo, I'm going for the Tressa in a second. I'm gonna go for the Tressa. Yo, I'm playing Team Newbie. Let's get it. Yo. The crate is Shadow Dagger? Nah, I think it's just crate 3. What? 3 morale? Oh, baby. Is it the 0 cost curse? Or is it the upgrade? Is it the upgrade or the skill? What in the TikTok team are we playing? It does stack. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the upgrade. Alright, we go for the flash. Yeah, I probably should have gone second, but... Well, I actually had another attack there, I should have. Big damage. Yo, this is the funniest team ever. Wow, these are all terrible. Nah, these are all terrible. We're not doing that. Nah, we're not doing that. It's free if I'm HP is full. Is it the left or the right? It's never the middle. Yeah, I'm taking the free daggers. I don't care. It's probably incorrect, but I'm taking it. Bro, why can't I have the Mika? Yeah, I should have, yeah. Alright, yo, we got this, Owen. Nothing can stop us now. Yo, this team is so stupid. 5 tenacity and apply 2 to the target. I don't actually want any of these either. I think I'm okay with just keeping my, we'll take the remove. I think I'm okay with just keeping my small consistent deck. We'll get rid of the downward cut. I think if we go this way, I could play for the elite and the flash. Yeah. Okay, this is a free shield, so why not? Start a battle. We'll take the free shield. We go fight. Let me just play that for the points. Our deck's pretty cheap though, that's pretty good. Yo, we're cooking, I feel like here. Alright. All these agonies. Yeah. I can't believe we're just gonna like win off of the back of this like absolutely god-awful card. Oh man. I'm taking the heal. No, yeah, I'm going for it. Alright. I'll get rid of 1 water barrier. We just picked up another heal, so we're good. Yeah, we're the X deck, bro. Alright, I think it's time to start applying epiphetes to these ones. Wave 1 is pretty good here, I feel like. Yeah, where's the jewel? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. 30% creative and full health. Let's get it. Oh, does it have thorns? No! Why does it have thorns? Why does it have fucking thorns? I don't want it. You take so much damage here. Why does it do so much damage to me? Alright. So much. Alright, let's go. Damage. Alright, we got the I should have done this to heal. Okay. Yeah.
元気が出ましたか？
準備完了です。喫茶め。
私の不運は君の力で。
Yeah, yeah. Agony does so little damage, dude.
待機します。手加減はしませんよ。
準備で元気が出ましたか？艦長、闇をかき集めて失敗。
喫茶め。
Why does this character do no? I keep doing that where I do this wrong.
準備できました。
準備完了。
Stop toughening up.
アーウェン様の手にかかればみんな無敵になれるんだから。確認します。準備で元気が出ましたか？
待機します。くらえ。
艦長、闇をかき集めて。
保護の花。
Gives like it gives 29 shield.
失敗。
Oh, I killed myself because of thorns. Oh my god.
早く逃げるのよ。
I got counterpicked, bro. I got counterpicked. I hate it here. We'll just keep play. We're gonna keep playing Owen until morale improves. I'll get there. I promise. I will win. I will win with Owen. It's gonna happen. You can't stop me. It's either I win with Owen or I just get tired. It's one of those. Alright. I want the upgrade. The upgrade is like really... Dude, ignition on this card feels so bad. Alright. Surely I get my Mika again. Alright, I'm taking the Ray. I'm not even looking at the other options. I want the canonical team. You can't stop me. I got the basic attack team. Alright. So we're getting attacked here. That's like no healing. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm going for the harm. I'm going for the muscle enhanced evolve thing. This is our new weapon. This is our weapon that will carry us, chat. Harmonization or 2 cost? Bro, the 2 cost is kind of OP if we hit it. If we actually inspiration and draw this, it'd be so nuts. Yeah, I think we're taking the harmony. We can get rid of a cut. Oh, mushroom. That's not a real card. Alright, show me the one that activates if I get a kill. Yo, change cost to 0 on inspiration is like nuts. I think I want the 3x with this character. I want the 3x. I need draw, dude. I need draw so bad. Dude, we're actually Yuki in disguise.
吹きすさめそよ風を集めて待機します
Wait, it's single target?
準備完了です
Oh my god, is this actually the single target version? Did I get oh my god. That might be a lot worse than I think it is.
吹きすさめ
行きなさいポルターダイスト
No, I drew it. I drew it. It wasn't there.
防御しよう呼びましたか行きますよせ私の力で確実に倒す
Yeah. Oh, it is the bum of all bums, yeah.
いいねそれよ倒してやりましょう
I
行きますよ
準備完了です吹きすさめ待機します指示を
呼びましたか一味違いますよ
準備完了手加減はしませんよ
Alright, I'm taking we're just have to hold that damage, bro.
このまま手伝いますよ
Yo, I think we're probably cooked. Wait, hold on. We got a snack time. We're in there. We might be alive. We have a snack time. Ready basic should get AP? No, I think that's a bit much. The healing reduction. My god, dude.
準備完了そよ風を集めて
Oh, I have no choice. I have to select that? Okay, no, I don't. Wow. What a time.
嵐は何度も吹きつけてくるんです
Alright, our deck this time is a lot worse, clearly.
待機します指示を吹きすさめ準備完了です待機します
Bro, we're actually dead! We're actually dead!
待機しますこれで安全なはずです準備完了です待機します準備完了
Yo, we actually just died.
待機します吹きすさめ
What? What is that? Hello? All right. I'm gonna try one more time with Owen. And then I think I'm just gonna go to bed. I'm just gonna throw in the towel. I said they can't stop me, but I'm just like, dude, if this man is this sad of a character, there's like nothing I could do to save him. Alright. So, basic cards. Alright, not you. Alright, what if I just get 2 fates? It could be good. It could be anything. No. This man needs the 20% damage. He needs it. He does nothing, dude. He does literally 0 damage, bro. Alright, that's just cheating. That's a cheat code. I'm gonna reroll. I never want to play Khalife. Rewarded. I'm never taking Kalipe.
なんでも言ってくれよな。全部私に任せてくれよ。
準備完了です。そよ風を集めて。
氷の壁だ。どーんと任せて。
待機します。
何すれば私が守ってあげる。
準備完了です。触れさせません。へっせい。吹きさめ。や。
Look, guys, Owen did it. I mean, what's wrong with Kalipe? I just think she's boring. I don't even think she's bad. I think she's actually quite good. I just think she's boring. Yeah, I'm gonna take the one cost. Yeah, I'm taking that.
生きてたらまた。
Magna will carry this small child over the finish line. Yeah, I said yeah, big sis will carry. Yeah, Magna is gonna carry. We finally saw break armor. I was like wondering where the hell this card was. Increases damage based on basics? That feels kind of terrible. I'm going this way towards the flash. We just pick it up for the health, right? All right. Oh man, I could have done that. There we go. Gale Strike is kind of ass. I'm take the Wind Slash. Remove the card. I know I have the thing that pumps our basics. We don't need this. Alright, go over here. As cool as that rest is, we play optimally. We go for the... Yeah, surely I get like the actual like honest to goodness good Wind Slash for once. Yeah, here we go. That's what I want. That card is super good if you can get it right. Yeah, I'm just gonna go here. Okay. Alright, what do you got? $580. I'll save it. Alright, get rid of that.
何すれば氷の壁だ。
待機します。指示を。準備完了です。
Might as well do this. This just saves me on it. One. Do I have 10 counters? 7 counters.
待機します。手加減しませんよ。準備完了です。待機します。
私が守ってあげる。
Alright.
必殺め。
え、あれは
準備完了です。
何か
そよ風を集めて。少し痛いですよ。
氷の壁。
Didn't get the crit. Damn. Well, I still kill it. Random card gets it. Upgrade. No! Why does F change the cost to a random number? I don't want it! These all suck. I don't think I need break art. Bro, why does this character just like not do enough? I need him to do more. It's kind of like upsetting how little he does. I'll do this one just because I'm I want Magna. This one is probably good because I'm with Magna. Yeah. Let's go. Let's get it. Dude, like this, never have I seen a character do just so little. Counter, get some healing. Okay. Alright. What do we got? Hit. Only a single hit. I need it. I need a damage move, man. I don't have a wind. I don't have a wind charge at my discard pile because this is the upgrade. Just like, why is this character like a bum? Why he no do damage? He's just building up fury. I'm gonna like die to this thing. I have 10. I have max counter stacks. That's crazy. Why is this card like? Yeah. Hit me. I'm 19. Come on, bro. I get him multiple times if I take that. Yeah, I'm not making it to the 5 here, I think. Go ahead, hit me. He just takes no damage, bro.
風は止まりません。へっ。せい。待機します。少し痛いですよ。準備完了です。や。待機します。手加減はしませんよ。
There we go. Holy, bro. Never have I had to work so hard for so little. Yo, do I want to? Yo, let's go for it, bro. How bad could it be? How bad could it be, chat? Just get a healer. It's fine. Just get a healer. It's fine. We'll fight Tristan Wolf. Just get a healer. I just need a healer. That's all I need. End of each turn, end of each battle, 10 HP. Let's go. What do I have so far? Where are my fates? What are my fates? I don't have it. Okay. I'm taking the Saffron fate. Yo, just the off chance I get the prismatic fate. Easiest to fare in my life. Damn. Damn. This looks like a Cassius game. It's looking like a Cassius game. I'll take the initiation. I'm gonna take the AoE. Alright. What do we got? Look at all these zeros. No! Taking damage. Alright. Alright. Give me this straight. Alright, we knocked them all down. A draw. Heal. The fuck? Like, hello? How'd that happen? That should be a lot of HP recovered. What the fuck? Alright. How many modifiers do you have on? Nah, just 0 at the moment. Yo, we could get our favorite card. I'm not gonna actually do that. Let's be real. I'm gonna take the Frost Shield. Yeah, we're taking that one. Oh, is it the next counterattack? Did I take the wrong one? Shit, did I take the skill? Oh my god, I took the skill. Fuck me. Kind of want to remove it now. I wasn't paying attention. I was like, oh man. I saw increased counterattack and I was like, that's it. Oh my god. Miserable. It's like the worst like epiphany on the character. Yeah, this is +0. We're just playing with Owen, so it feels like it's at it feels like it's level 30.
派手に行こう。こんなのはどうだい？
待機します。そよ風を集めて
全部私に任せてくれよ。
Alright, there we go.
少し痛いですよ。
Am I crashing out yet? Bomb toss, you say?
どーんと私が止める。どーんと任せて。どーんと任せて。何？氷の壁だ。バシッと行こうよ。へっ。せい。
Look at all these terrible cards. Alright, what if?
準備完了です。準備完了。必殺め。
裏か表、もう一度振ってみようか。派手に行こう。もう一度振ってみようか。
Alright. Not too bad. Stop throwing those at me. I don't like those. They're rude.
何すればいい？バシッと行こうよ。
待機します。手加減はしませんよ。
裏か種も仕掛けもないさ。
氷の壁だ。
There we go. Magna is super about to crash out. I'm taking the fist. Stress mitigation would be good. I'm playing for that potential heal. I might need it. All right, what do we got here? All right, sure, whatever. It's better than nothing. Heal, please. No! No, Magna, please.
待機します。指示を。
派手に行こうかね。種も仕掛けもないさ。
準備完了です。
Yeah, you want to see something cool? Check this shit out. Damn, it doesn't even proc multiple times for each you kill. That's so bum. Punch this guy. Yep. Yo, look at my 3-cost wind shards. Let's get it. Get all that health back. Yeah, I'm taking the criticism. Dude, Owen's cards are just like, we're just so outclassed. I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this character? Increase damage with second attack card onward each turn by 30%. Yeah, you know what? That sounds great. If only I could roll it. If only I could roll it. If only I could roll. There we go. I believe in Owen's ability to carry. Maybe. Possibly. What is this guy doing? Bro, after I got rid of it, are you serious? Whatever. Oh, I have all these free refreshes. All right, Magda has the thing. All right, real talk. Hit me with the best win slash you've ever seen. 8 or more cards and change cost to 0. I think I just take the when attacked. I don't have enough draw to make that a thing. I'm just doing this. I'm taking the free if I get hit. It just activates. Alright. This dude sucked. Alright. I got all these shields that they're not gonna retain. This Cassius is doing it though, bro. He's kind of getting there. All right. Shuffle. No. Yeah, I'm taking the free. I'm taking the draw. Let's get it. 3 vulnerable on the target. As much as I like that, I'm not giving up the Nexus. There's no way. There's no way I give up Nexus. Yo, wind riding surely can be something like usable. No, add 1 hit to the next set card this unit used. Alright, sure. Whatever. It's not good. What are we doing? Why am I saying? Oh, of course. What's wrong with it? Yep, wolf pack. Full house. So give me back my card, bro. Three counters. 1, 2, 3. No, okay, only 2. Okay. Look at all these free cards getting played. Holy, bro. We're living the dream right now. Nah, bro. Give me back my card. Give me back my card, asshole. I want the win. I want this. Started the turn to change it, but it's like better to just save, right?
待機します。指示を準備完了です。待機します。風は止まりません。
派手にこんなのは
Get a full house.
準備完了。
Yeah. This is certainly a team of all time, though. I'll say that.
何すればいいの？ほんと任せて。
裏側種も仕掛けもない派手にこんなのはどうだ
All right. Damn, it's a lot of.
わしっと行こうよ。
待機します。指示を準備完了です。少し痛いですよ。
何すればいいんだ？私が守ってあげる。どーんと私が止める。
裏側どっちかな
Give me back my card, thank you.
派手にこんなのはどうだ
Draw.
待機します。くらえ。
Draw.
準備完
Could have
了。
done that to add another hit. Fuck me.
待機します。風は止まりません。準備完了。
氷の壁だ。
But we're doing pretty good. It's taking forever, but we're kind of getting there. All right.
私が止める。
Yo, can this guy like
そよ風を集めて。
like? I'm like so tired of that shit happening. He's stacking his morale, bro.
防御しよう。
準備完了です。やっ
何すればしっと行こうよ。
待機します。指示を
Yeah, just punch this dude. You gotta. How many more hits? How many more times I gotta hit you, bro?
何すれば。
準備完了です。
何でもどーんと任せて。
少し痛いですよ。
Go ahead. 4 hits? Okay, that's fine. You're about to get punched in the face for 1 million damage.
裏側を騙されたら終わりさ
Give me back my cards, thanks.
派手にこんなのはどうだい
約束を守ることさえできれば。
And we do this. This gives us a shield.
吹きつけてくるんです。
Gives us back our cards. So we can go this, this, this.
必殺め。
仕掛けもないさ裏側こんなのはどうだい
Alright. Okay, counter a bunch. Yeah, dude. This Tristan guy, he kind of going down.
しませんよ。
どーんと任せて。
Yep, good morning, I see Owen. Yep, it's Owen. Do I already have a storm?
ない戦闘だったわ。
Fuck it, bro.
艦長。
Just play more storms. It's not unique. Oh, discard up to 3. Yeah, give me that. Take this too. I think Shadow Collector is easier, actually. Alright. I need to get, like, something dumb like Cheezer here, so I have, like, the most dysfunctional team ever. Select and remove 3 cards. That's kind of OD. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of probably taking that. As cool as duplicate is, nah, bro. This feels OD. We're taking this. I actually don't even want the wind riding. I think we're just doing this. Yo, what if I just take Selena? Does that make us, like, officially the most degenerate team? What do I get? Darkness? No, this card sucks. I'm not taking Orlea. That's just not happening. Hidamari is, like, worthless. What do I get for you? High-powered scope and drone bombing? Gains 1 AP. Wait, this is a free AP. Guaranteed to crit. Wait. Wait. No, I think we're just taking the rabbit. I think it's the rabbit. No, okay, it's not the rabbit, bro. It's draw 5. Like, come on, guys. It's draw 5. It's draw 5. Let's be real here. It's draw 5, right? Chat, we agree it's draw 5. I think it's got to be draw 5, right? This is cool, but like this is broken. I'm taking draw 5. I'm taking draw 5. I'm sorry, chat. Like I literally went to Value Town. I don't know what else I was supposed to do.
派手にこんなのはどうだい？
全部私に任せてくれよ。何私に任せて。どーんと任せて。さあ今だ。吹きさめ。
裏か表かもしてこんなのはどうだい？
本館は待機中だ。全部私に任せてくれよ。
準備完了。そよ風を集めて。
どーんと任せて。何すればいいんだ？
Why do I have this card? This feels so OP.
どーんと任せて。
Like me having this feels so OP. What the hell?
何でも言って何すばしっと行こうよ。
少し痛いですよ。
凍りつけ。どーんと任せて。
神の仕掛けも派手にこんなのはどうだい？
さあ今だ。
Bro, I'm just gonna keep drawing. Bro, we're just gonna keep drawing. We're just gonna keep drawing cards.
痛いですよ。
バシッと行こうよ。
準備完了です。待機します。
何すれば。氷の壁だ。
Holy shit, bro. Like, all right, who am I fighting? Nah, bro, we're gonna probably nope the fuck out on this guy. This guy's probably a nope the fuck out. We'll see.
何でも言ってくれよな。どーんと任せて。何全部私に任せてくれよ。
裏かこんなのはどうだい？
全部私に任せてくれよ。何私が守ってあげる。
Does he eat my fear?
ひっさめ。私が止める。
派手にこんなのはどうだい？
本館は今だ。
準備完了。待機します。
ひっさめ。
裏こんなのはどうだ？神の仕掛けもないさ。
We're probably dead here, but well, I mean, we could rather we could.
裏かもこんなのはどうだい？
氷の壁だ。暗い。
もう一度振ってみようか。
何すれば。
Yeah, I'm not gonna fuck with this. Like he's gonna absolutely destroy me.
ぜひ生きてたらまた会いましょうに。
Yeah, we just free play everything. That's all I do. I just free play. Oh, this guy sucks ass.
何でも言ってくれよな。全部私に任せてくれよ。
派手に行こうか。こんなのはどうだ？
Should have played it.
裏か表か。
何全部私に任せてくれよ。
派手に行こうかね。裏かよし。
Oh my god, he has thorns. Holy shit, he has thorns. That's so bad for us. He has thorns. Oh, fuck me.
派手に行こうか。もう一度振ってみ。
準備完了です。そよ風を集めて。
さあ相手は今だ。どんと私が止める。何すればいいんだ。
待機します。指示を準備完了です。
どんと任せて。くらえ。艦長、防御しよう。何すればいいんだ。バシッと行こうよ。
Yeah, I think we're dead. I think I have to do this. He's gonna do too much damage to me this turn.
裏か表か。派手にこんなのはどうだい。裏かをもう一度振ってみ。
私が守ってあげる。
待機します。指示を準備完了です。吹きさめ。待機します。
Does that kill me?
準備完了です。
Dude, why does he have thorns? Yep, I'm dead.
そんな危ない。逃げて。早く逃げるのよ。艦長。
Bro, I give up. This own character sucks. Like, he just doesn't do enough. Like, holy, bro. Yeah, so about balance. Is this boss battle? I don't know. Look, I had fun. Even though I got my ass kicked there, I had fun. I just wish that Owen did a bit more. Alright. Yeah, we've been going for almost 5 hours at this point. I think I'm gonna get going to bed because I've got stuff I gotta get done in the morning. Yeah. Hey. But yeah, I'll be back Tuesday with probably RTA during the day on Tuesday. Probably around lunchtime. That's probably when you'll see next stream for E7. I'll probably stream from like noon EST until like 5 p.m. EST. So yeah, go back and watch the VOD if you haven't watched already on YouTube, because we did a lot of it was a good 2.5-3 hour discussion about stuff. Anyways, yeah, I'm out for the night. Have a good one. I'll see who I can raid you guys into over on Twitch. Peace. All right, let me see who I can send you guys on over to. We got, I'm gonna send you guys over to Joe.